Unpause? I don't seem to be able to unpause. Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays. It is a Monday, so we're playing some Planetary Pioneers, which means I'm joined here by Mark and Mike and Sophia and Tristan, and that's in alphabetical order in an attempt to not show favouritism.
Hello.
One of many. And thanks to the resub, Tristan. Much appreciated. And hello to Inks and also the my local compatriots as well. And we've got some stuff planned for today, and there's quite a lot of exciting things going on. So one of them, so for me, I'm going to start off with myself because ego. I'm here on Lignumis still, where last week I set up this system over here, which is using the Maluna recipes to produce wood, to turn wood into petroleum gas and then make that into plastic, and then also do the blue circuit recipe with gold and the rocket fuel recipe with wood. So that's all kind of okay. However, it has then brought to my attention that I'm a muppet. Nobody's ever mentioned this before, apparently, and it turns out there is actually a Lignumian recipe chain for turning resources into plastic and making plastic on this planet, which I should have been using instead. And that one is better because it doesn't require a supply of iron to be brought in from off-planet. So, yeah, I feel a little bit silly about that, and I shall be attempting to switch this planet over. Also, I shall be doing something about the power supply on this planet, because every night everything falls asleep, which is not ideal. In the meantime, over on Nauvis, let's turn the Roboport view off because that's crazy. There has been some wild expansion of the city blocks system, as you can tell. Over here on the western area, Mark and Sophia have been clearing space out, dealing with biters, and I think, there's a fairly obvious wall going around the edge here, and I believe the plan is to then build another little bit of wall across here and then a bit across here. And that will get us all of this area in here, and that's going to get us up to I think it's something like 40-something city block chunks, probably about 50 city block chunks, including the ones over here. And that's going to hopefully be enough for us to do lots and lots of stuff over here, and we won't need to expand for at least a couple of weeks. we shall see how that goes though. Hopefully this is going to be a good size and allow things to start being produced more readily and reliably, well, faster than we're doing it off the bus over here. Do you have anything else you'd like to add to that, Mark, given this is your planet?
Nope. I think we're going to some combat, closing the wall, and then go from there. Excellent.
And the third place we can take a look at is Maluna over here, which is this is Mike's planet, or planetoid, I should say, because it's actually a moon. What are you doing out here at the moment, Mike? What are your plans for today?
I'm sure that the space science is flowing. To which I was actually looking at the Maluna transport, which, as its name suggests, should be transporting to Maluna. Can't help but notice that it's not right now. Do you want to explain to me what's happened there, Laurence?
Yeah, well, you went to bed early, so I stole your spaceship. Yes, I borrowed it to do a little bit of moving stuff around, and short answer is it worked quite nicely for that. And however, there's not enough space on it. So one of the things on my to-do list, which you'll know about if you've watched the preview video I dropped for the other players to make sure they agreed with things I was talking about. Is that we need to decide whether we want this to be a Nauvis sphere of influence ship, so it goes out to Maluna and Lignumis and just picks up science packs from them both, or, and I'm quite happy for you to go for the or here, whether I should be trying to build another ship to do the Lignumis run, and we'll just leave this one for just Maluna. Either of those are fine, but we need to decide basically.
Science packs that don't take space science, but do take steam science. So having them independent probably makes sense.
Okay. My assumption, if we had them linked, my assumption was basically going to be it would sit there in orbit over Nauvis until it ran out of one of them. Then it would fly off to both the other planets, top itself up to N1000, then fly back again and drop onto Nauvis whatever was needed.
Yeah, I mean, it could do that.
But as I say, I borrowed it because basically it's the only spaceship we've got at the moment, and we don't have the capacity to build more. Or maybe we do actually, because I noticed that Maluna has got some part building going on. Is that everything I need for a spaceship? I don't know. I haven't tried trying to build a spaceship over Maluna yet, but it's possible that is a thing that is worth doing. But yes, at the time when I was experimenting with it, that we didn't really have the capacity to build an additional ship, so I didn't want to start causing blockages. I will admit I've left the Maluna ship in a slightly awkward position because it does have some Steam Science packs on board. But if we drop Steam Science packs onto... Well, Nauvis isn't really ready for Steam Science packs because there are some being made locally, which means they're being brought over by the bots, which means if we drop any in from space, they'll get taken by bot from the landing pad over to the chest, which is a little bit silly, but also...
Let's do that.
Okay, turn those into yellow. So is that if you turn the other one into a purple?
No, I will do.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to
Okay,
leave that until these are done and
Fair.
filtered.
yes. Okay, yep. That makes perfect sense. Okay, cool. So that solves that problem. That means yes, we can then potentially start just having the ship fly around and drop off steam and space science packs as necessary as they're needed. And yeah, so. One of the things that you'll probably hopefully have on your mental to-do list, Mike, is going to be upgrading your Maluna transport to be self-fueling, so it doesn't need stuff shipping up from the ground, and also potentially for having, if we are going to share it, with giving it a bit more storage space as well.
I don't know how to give it more storage space, but I'm game to learn.
Yeah, I think you'll be able to work that one out fairly easily. As a bit of a clue, all of the stuff for making spaceships is in the space tab in the construction menu.
Yeah, I'm guessing you stick another cargo bay on it.
Correct. Yes, nice and easy.
Yep.
Okay. Right, sounds like we all have reasonable ideas of what we're getting on with. I'm not going to say I ever missed anyone out because I'm aware that I only really asked Mark and Mike because they were in charge. They're the people in charge of the planets. Do you other guys have Sophia, Tristan? Do you have anything you want to add to that before we just start making a mess? I mean, building things.
No, we're just going to do some combat.
I was doing combat last week as well.
Okay.
But basically in the video you got me the wrong way round.
Oh,
I
okay.
Doing combat and then stopped. I wasn't doing combat and then I did do combat.
Oh, okay. Are you back on Nauvis then, or are you driving a tank around remotely?
Yeah, I am over here in the tank that it says I'm in.
Aha. So you are. Oh, okay. Yeah, I obviously forgot what order things were being done in, but that's fairly normal by my standards. Just a piece of. Oh, I see. That's an odd bit of rail just to your just to the east of you because it's clearly part of the blueprint. I guess the blueprint must have been slapped down and then bits of it deleted, but it just looks quite odd and yeah. Anyway, doesn't matter. Right. So I guess I better carry on doing Lignumian stuff. And so the confusion we had last time. Well, on this planet I need a supply of plastic in order to make. Plastic in order to make low density structures here, which are made out of gold and lumber, neither of which are remotely low density. So we'll gloss over that for now. And then I can make, and then over here, yes, I need more plastic to make the blue circuits. Actually, that's it. So it's just those two things. But that does need a steady supply of plastic in order to make the rockets. I will indeed need a bit more power. That's definitely on my to-do list. Oh, yeah, and hello Solrun, and hello Doopy. Welcome to the stream. So. There are many ways to make plastics because it's this big long chain of hydrocarbons basically. The traditional way is with crushed coal and petroleum gas. We can't do that because we do have coal, but we don't have a particularly good supply of petroleum gas. Although that said, technically we're making it at the moment through this recipe. But as I said earlier, this isn't ideal because this isn't ideal because we need to bring in a supply of iron. Now, we could just drop that down from space, but there is another way of making plastic. So, that alternative recipe is... not that one, not this one. What are you? Okay, yeah. So this one takes in Cupriavidus necators and produces plastic bar and wood pulp. Cupriavidus necator appears to be some sort of weird biological thing, which is made in a... So we have a chemical plant making that, and that will cook more Cupriavidus necators and wood pulp and water into 45 of them. So that multiplies by 4.5 every time. That's a pretty good ratio. That's going to be reasonably easy. The problem is you need to get some of these things in the first place to get the recipe started. However, there's a starter culture recipe as well, which takes in peat, gold stromatolite seeds, wood pulp, and water, all of which we have in decent supply on this planet. So that shouldn't be too difficult. I think I should be able to get this up and running without too much difficulty. Especially as if we look over... map mode, please. There you go. If we look over here, we have too much gold stromatolite seed because it's stopping the system down here from running. Sorry, it's stopping the gold from being fed into the system over here. So yeah, this needs to be sorted, but the sorting will produce loads and loads of this stuff for me, which is going to be very, very handy. I just need to find a way to get it out from the end of here, possibly. Oh, probably from here. That seems like a good open. Actually, no, I don't want to take from there because I'd like this belt to be full. So I probably need to have another splitter in along here somewhere. Anyway, I'll come back to that in a moment. One other thing I need to sort out is in the last stream I realised that over here this recipe for making plastic is producing as a byproduct a small amount of solid fuel from the from the diluted bitumen that's being produced as part of the recipe. That I thought, I know a good way to get rid of this, because this is a very, very burner heavy planet. Let's just dump that down a belt all the way over here and put it onto this peat belt over here that's being used for fuel. Unfortunately, I didn't check all of my filters down there, and there's this splitter here is filtering out the is meant to keep the gold from flowing up here and just let the fuel flow up here. Unfortunately, it was specified to be taking out the peat rather than specified to be keeping the gold. So if I flip that round and then tell that to filter gold ore, and put that on the other side, and then flip it back round again, and that's going to have a little bit of it'll spill through. But if we can get some bots to come over and deal with that. But I think I'm going to head over there myself.
The issue there is if stuff that degrades into gold ore flows along there.
Oh, I see. That's an interesting thought.
May well not reach that far, but it may be a concern. I don't know. I haven't looked at that planet for ages.
Fair enough. Okay, I will take that under advisement and go oops, and accept the blame if it breaks.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
All right, so it's come over. Right, so let's at least get that running. So that's now feeding the fuel through here, which means we can now start fueling these what are these things? These smelters, these furnaces again. That means that's now running merrily. I've solved that a bit earlier than I did in the video. Actually, these hadn't run out of fuel yet, so that's good. Which means I suppose I've been seeing some spoilers from the future, but never mind. So yes, the gold is coming along here. What do we have along here that may spoil into gold? I don't think we do. As far as do we have
one of the outputs from the rocks? I think.
It seems to only output moist stromatolite remnants, gold stromatolite seeds, and gold ore. Oh no, there's another thing in there. You're right. Yeah, that could potentially be a problem. I guess worst case, it finds its way round here. It turns into gold ore and it gets cooked in one of the furnaces, probably. Why are you not doing anything? Ah, yes, you've got some moist. So actually, having said that, some moist stromatolite remnant has made its way up there, and I don't know how or where from. Some of it flows in here and it goes down there.
It shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, but despite it shouldn't being able to being, there is moist stromatolite remnant in all of these furnaces. I'm wondering, it's possible that that's happened from a clumsy even distribution thing, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, see if it happens again.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Oh, nice soul run. Yeah, the VODs are a good way to keep up to date and make sure you've got an idea of what's going on.
10 stacks in there now.
Sorry?
10 stacks in that chest out of 16.
The sand step chest. Ah. Okay, so I'll need to dispose of the sand at some point as well as an output. But I have to have a think about it. That's going to be a problem. We're having enough trouble getting rid of that on Lignumis, and that has an actual use for sand. That may be problematic. Oh well, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. In the meantime, what else we need to do? Right, so that's the first problem solved. We will now no longer run out of fuel up here. The second problem is that we do run out of gold ore. The gold ore is not flowing. There's loads and loads of it on these belts, but it's just not flowing through. Actually, why are you not flowing? Okay, these are filled up with moist stromatolite remnants as well. And they're fed by a different, I don't know what. So that's weird and awkward and not ideal. But let's get them running as well. So that'll allow that to flow a little bit. Yeah, this is all just gummed up because if we look closely in here, we've got this belt which feeds in the gold ore, the moist stromatolite remnants, which can also be passed up here. So that belt isn't jammed because they're going in, and down here. This is very spaghetti. Down here to then be cooked to make some steam and make some peat. Okay. And then we're also getting these stromatolite seeds. That's these bacteria things. They come along here as well, and then they get taken out this way. And then yes, this clearly is the one that is all jammed up. So if I, for the moment, let's just take all of those, and that'll allow this to start running again fairly slowly because that's a burner inserter and they're dreadful. But what I think I'm going to need to do is get some priorities going on over here. So if we have a look around here, we've got a priority to go this way first, which comes around here and feeds out this way to grow more, and then also this way to grow more. Then we've got another loop that comes around here and is fed into this box for reasons of presumably trying to stop it overflowing. And then that also comes around here and that's fed through as a priority. This is all very weird. And that comes around as well and is fed into here. So yeah, basically we need to take this overflow that's coming out of here, and we need to have an even lower priority output for the gold stromatolite, and take that down the bus over here and use it to grow plastic. Okay, interesting.
You don't need to care about feeding it back in. So this belt, you can just nick the entire contents of that belt, as far as I'm concerned. And I don't care about the chest.
Yeah, the chest does appear to just be an overflow system, as far as I can tell. It doesn't seem to do anything anyway.
Yeah, it's... Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, this belt coming down here is a lower priority, so I could take... This one will prioritise for all of the feeding of the farms. So yes, I could just steal this belt. Unfortunately, this belt is pointing in completely the wrong direction.
There is that.
But I could. Okay.
Spaghetti time.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide. There's a lot of this. This is very, very belt dense over here. So there are options here. One is that I rip all of these belts out and go, what on earth is going on here, and try and redo it in my own image with a bit less awfully, because I suspect this is a system that has grown over time organically and is therefore a massive tangle. Another possibility is I pull this belt out and I spaghetti it through here and get it onto the bus and over that way. Another possibility is that I bring it round this way, bring it round the bottom and all the way around the outside and onto the bus that way, which is also fairly awful, but in a slightly different way. Another possibility would be to take it off the end of one of these belts, so I could work out which is the lowest priority. And to be honest, it's any of these ones. They're all the same priority. Would be to take it off the end of one of these belts after measuring the belt and saying if there's more than mumbledy on the belt, then let it flow through. And that will mean that we'll just always have enough on here to grow more gold plants. But if there's a shortage, then if there's a plentiful supply, then I can have it flow out and go onto the other buses. I think that's going to be the easiest way to do it. So over here, let's give this an output priority to the left, and that means it'll feed down here first. So these three stripes will get fed first. Then I can come over here. Dumpty dum, plod. And there is a split. Okay, right, I see. So I need to then go... Yeah, this then needs to go underneath there like that. And I think we're just running a... Oh, actually, I could do a couple of pieces like that and then go underground and allow us to carry on growing there, I think. Yeah, there we go. And then I need to put it... Then I'm going to need a splitter along here to
We're actually starting to warm up.
Oh, nice.
It's not doing it at maximum efficiency, but once we actually have a supply of fuel cells flowing around so that all the inserters can grab at the same time, it will be.
Right. So, and I filter that. The gold stromatolite's out on the left-hand side, and we'll grab that. So we just get rid of the peat that was on there. Right, and now I link that to there. I tell that one to read belt content all. And then we tell this one to enable or disable when gold stromatolite seed is enable when it's greater than 45, I think, because it's at 49 at the moment, which means if I set it to 45, there'll always be 45 along here. So there'll just be a tiny bit... Oh, wait, hang on. No, because there's loads of splitters everywhere. Okay, that's awkward. Because what I really want to do is measure the amount on, I guess, this input belt here. Because if this is full, then we can let a little bit... Ideally, I wanted to read the entire thing, but the way Tristan's had to set it up, because these things only go underneath 3. These have a maximum underground length of 3, so he's had to put these splitters in and then feed the towers from the top side. So there's splitters all the way along here, which means putting in one of these things to measure doesn't really measure very well. Oh, hello, Peter.
If you just take straight off the one that's essentially the lowest priority out of all of them, or even prioritize it so it is actually the lowest priority.
I have done that. I've set this one to be a lower priority. Oh, I suppose that's true because the grabbers they'll always be some and I can prioritize the splitters all the way along as well to go into the right hand side. So so any that do make it through will be fed through to these ones. Yeah, okay, that's probably better. It just means they're slightly less buffered on the belts. But yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. So we'll get rid of that again. And now I've got another thing to put onto the bus. How bus is my bus at this point? I could import red belts over, bring red belts over. We have some limitations, shall we say, with our space with our rocket launch capacity at the moment. So I'm trying not to bring things over from other planets more than I have to, but I am going to need to bring some solar panels in pretty darn soon because this just isn't working. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. What? This has gone wrong. No, it hasn't. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, this has gone wrong, but never mind. I guess this is a set of 3. We'll bring the peak belt along to join that. Except there's a roboport in the way, so we won't do that. We'll bring it through here. So that goes under there. Like so. I could have connected the wire from here possibly to over here, although that would have been a bit of a stretch. I don't think wires go that far. No, they don't go that far. And I could have read this section and this section, but then I'd have had to go over to here and read this section, and then here to read this section, here to read this section, and so on, all the way along. So yes, it could have been done, but Tristan is quite right that because these things there's always going to be a little bit of stromatolite on here. These aren't going to plant loads really, really quickly. They're always holding 10 of them. So with these priorities in there, we should always make sure we keep these full of seeds before any get passed through over here. So it should actually be okay, I think. And then I'm going to bring this past and then bring the plastic back, I think. Right. So the next thing to put in is going to be have a look at the recipe, find out how to make the stuff that we need. So that's in the biologicals. We need the stromatolite starter pack. And now I'm going to run this one all the time, even though I don't have to, and it's a slightly inefficient way to make the Cupravidus Nicators, because that way I can make sure I'm using up all of the gold stromatolite seed. Because as we saw earlier, with the system being jammed over here, having too much gold stromatolite seed, we have a problem where it's being produced at a slightly faster rate by the whole growing process over here than it's being used up at, and we've seen that elsewhere. If you turn all of your generally when you do plant related things, you can make more seeds than you use up, because otherwise biology just wouldn't work. Your plants would go extinct. So yes, we do get more coming out than we're putting in. But we need to, yes, eventually the system over here jammed up, and now in order to make sure it doesn't jam up again, I want to pull out as much of this as I can. Ooh, hooray! Nuclear power, nice. We should go and have a look at that, really, shouldn't we? So nuclear power is this chunk up here. Yes.
Justin,
Yep.
could you just let me know when you're ready to head out and fight?
I can be ready basically whenever. Once the nuclear power is actually properly up and running, I need to unlink a cable. But other than that,
Yeah, just let me know.
Okay.
So we can go for the bigger ones.
once power is stable, which should be less than a minute, hopefully.
Alright, so we have a supply of both types of uranium coming in and iron to make the fuel cells. Fuel cells are being fed into the block of 4 reactors here. And then, boom, nuclear power. So now if we have a look at the power graph, we'll see that we're, that massive red spike there showing the nuclear power plant kicking in. That's quite impressive. We're still using quite a lot of power from the steam engines, but I guess we'll decommission those. Those can be decommissioned now, and at least some of them shipped over to Lignumis once we have rocket launch capacity. Because
They will deactivate automatically once the accumulator is charged.
oh, okay, even better.
Yeah, the threshold of this one is set tighter to
Cool.
fully charged. So we get a very silly graph once it's. I think I can just unlink them now, and that's fine.
Whoop. And the nuclear power is going back down again. Is that the accumulators then? And the steam engines are going back up. I don't know what you've done, but it's getting us burning coal again.
It'll probably sort itself out.
And it's dropped off. And then the pylon I was watching got disconnected.
Yeah, you have to watch on the outside.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're powering the place from accumulators and solar panels.
Yep.
So I guess as the accumulator charge comes down, once that gets to a cut-off point, we will then start powering the factory from the nuclear plant as well.
What coal was, Mark?
I think there was one. Let me.
It's a sort of black rock type thing, but that's not important right now.
One is at 50, and the other one is at.
Come on, that's a classic.
20. So 50 and 20 are the two.
Okay.
Thank you, Solron. I'm glad you appreciated the line. I went to see the new Naked Gun film last night, so apparently it rubbed off on me a bit.
Yep. So now we're going to get a silly spiky thing on our accumulator charge.
Ah, yes.
Graph.
And over here, presumably, we're going to get some sort of switch. Whether we're going to get the nuclear power switching on and off in the same sort of way. We don't seem to be, actually.
Are you looking inside or outside?
Outside.
Yes, it's orange now for me. I'm on a different timescale.
Okay, yeah. The nuclear plant just kicked in. Yeah, all right. I saw the. Oh no, I'm being, I don't know, dumb. Yeah, it does seem to be working. So yes, we're either being powered by accumulators or nuclear steam turbines or stretching.
Oh, you linked in the second one.
Yeah.
Cool. And yes, we also have a second nuclear power plant over here of the same design that's doing the same sort of shenanigans. So we should have plenty of power available.
Yeah.
Right.
So I added some laser turrets.
What was I doing? Oh yes,
Right.
I was wondering why this isn't flowing a bit more merrily than it currently is. Oh, have Tristan's fears come true? Ah, I see. Yes, it's because there was some of the funny, not actually ore stuff had got through into here. But why are you not flowing? Okay, so this is a moist stromatolite remnant down here, which is a lovely phrase, a lovely term for thing. That's been coming through here, down here, and in across here, and then back around here.
Right.
So it's because these steam tanks are full. That's the problem. We're not. So I guess we're not making steam science fast enough because we aren't. So I think that is causing these things down here to not run properly because their output is full of steam. I believe Tristan said there's another recipe down here. This one takes in stromatolite and outputs peat. Oh, but there's some missing. Wait, what? Oh, these are the wrong way round. I see. So we need to flip those round and actually empty the peat out of these machines.
They do, in theory, empty onto the right.
But that doesn't go anywhere. And also, no,
It goes to supply power to the lower down ones.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because it produces peat and burns peat, and it doesn't.
But presumably, it's producing more peat than it's burning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So. Yeah, so that's going to deal with any of the moist stromatolite that's left over. It'll go in here. It'll be cooked down to become peat, and then it can be fed out here, where it will then theoretically be passed in to power all of the all the growing towers over here. And I guess we'll find out whether that's sufficient to keep the system happy. I may. Ha. Oh no, I was going to say I should. Trust that. What? Okay, so this is also being fed to all of these systems to keep everything powered from here. Are we bringing Pete in here at all? Yes. Right. So this is the input, and when we're prioritizing this one, no, we are prioritizing this one. Okay, and this one. So this, and then with this inserter here, that is making sure that we power this entire area off these things down here. Okay, that's painful, but it does seem to work. I feel like I'm going in and trying to sort of mentally unpick Tristan's spaghetti here, but I think I'm making progress with understanding what's going on around here at least. Oh, some moist stromatolites. I think it comes out of the yes. So sometimes the crushers produce the moist stromatolite gunge. That's what's causing the problem. So yeah, when you crush iron ore, less citation needed on that one. Crushed iron, no, that'll be in here. Crushed gold ore even is what I meant, not iron. Yeah, so when you crush gold ore, you get crushed gold ore out, or crushed gold ore, 5% gold ore, and 2% moist stromatolite. So this thing that's dumping out sand, this is a recipe change then. So I think this is not your fault, Tristan.
I'll take it.
Moist stromatolite remnant. There we go. Yeah, so I think where it was producing sand before, it's now started producing moist stromatolite remnant.
I don't remember that being in the changelog.
Well, some sand has been produced, so in the past, and you said so. I don't think it's a setup problem. I think it must be a recipe change. But that means I can just then, instead of having all of what is going on here? What are you even doing? Okay, what? Oh, that's to power that inserter. Right, got it. Let's remove all of that then. Rotate that and put this belt in like this to dump that down there. That'll take out the moist stromatolite that's being produced here, pass it around this way, and dump it onto this belt. That's the one that's going through for all of this stuff. So that is the main moist stromatolite. Actually, it's probably neater to put it in here. Get rid of all of this. There we go. However, there's also going to be the same problem over here. So you also need to feed out your moist stromatolite. It's in here in the organics. Moist stromatolite out like that. Has any more of it made it through? Probably. Yes. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. There's quite a lot of it coming through, it seems. Let's try and make these machines behave. Then over here, that means I can then remove that and feed this down around the outside of here and feed it in here. There we go. So they'll get rid of that. Are you still moist? You are, but you're programmed to be emptied. Okay, right. Let's leave that for a bit to sort itself out. In the meantime, I'm going to take Mike's ship and empty out all the science packs. Tristan, have you put that purple chest in?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Oh, it's at Nauvis already. Right, let's ditch the steam science to create some space. And then let's go to Maluna and set that to then passenger present, so that it doesn't go, basically. And we'll do a passenger present on Lignumis as well. So right, we can fly back over to Maluna, and when we're there, I'm going to request a quantity of, not that, I'm going to request a quantity of solar panels and accumulate. Oh no, we don't have accumulators, but I can request the solar panels.
No.
Is Sphere about to die horribly?
No,
We crashed into on another.
Oh. Did that do much damage?
I mean, yeah, my tank's now at the third health.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, maybe not because it crashed, because we all had biters on our ass, right?
There's some science packs coming up. And now Maluna should kick into action. Those are fluid tanks. That's not what I requested. Yeah, that's not what I've requested. That must be something else. Okay. Maybe Mike's building another ship, or maybe that's for building purposes somewhere over here. I don't know. What are you guys... No, they're logistics bots. So somebody has requested a load of fluid tanks. It's probably Mike building another ship, which is allowed.
Yeah, I figured that it would be helpful to have a personal transport ship. And so there's one generically building in orbit.
Cool. That's exactly what I borrowed your Maluna ship for right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I haven't turned the solar panel request on. Thank you. You're quite right. Boink. Let's do
I'm
that.
gonna get some more ammo, Tristan. Be right back.
Also, I've not gone to Maluna. It's gone to Lignumis. Go to Maluna. Why did it go from Nauvis to... That's very strange.
Could you bring an extra stack of cannon shells, please?
Sure.
You're having fun there, Laurence, with my ship.
I don't know. It did something unexpected. I thought it was going to Maluna, and it ended up at Lignumis, even though I set a "don't leave until passenger present" rule. But yeah, it's possible I just clicked on the wrong thing. That is the sort of thing I might have done. Right. So we can load it up with solar panels there. Unfortunately, it's kind of the accumulators are kind of more important, and I don't think we can't make accumulators on Maluna because we don't have any copper to make the batteries. So those are going to have to wait. We're still going to have problems with the fueling. I suppose I could make some boilers and steam engines. I do have the resources for that on Lignumis. I might have to resort to that in the short term. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Okay, Solren. Well, thanks for dropping in. Oh, I didn't get the conditioning fast enough, so it went past Maluna. Yeah, okay. I'm not used to things being quite so close.
So what? It went past Maluna.
Yeah, Maluna. Well, it got to Maluna and left again before I put in the instruction to not to stop at Maluna.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay, that's awkward.
Yeah, they're so close together, basically.
No worries. It's
Some worries.
easier than I thought to have a ship that self-fuels. Not gonna lie.
It is, yes. That's supposed to be in Vanilla Factorio. That's sort of or Vanilla Space Age. That's my first spaceship is going to be one that self-fuels.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. Yeah.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Although, I noticed this with Saphir's design for his ship. Yeah, and I was thinking about this as well. Because you need wood to make wooden ammo, and you need that to make yellow ammo.
Yeah. Okay, my first spaceship might have got a little bit harder.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's presumably why there is no asteroid, whatever it is, the dangerous ones.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have struggled to get to Maluna if we had with the tech we've got if there were dangerous asteroids on the way over there.
Yeah.
Where are furnaces being over there? What's Sophia found? It's some
No, you're
items.
just saying, let's kill this.
Yeah. Seems reasonable.
Yeah. Makes sense.
They're so destructive. I mean, I approve, but still.
We can't leave them.
Are you okay with me modifying the Maluna transport now, Laurence?
I would quite like to get the lasers, the solar panels off it that it doesn't seem to have acquired yet. There's not enough to fill a rocket. Right, okay. Yeah, go for it. I mean, it's not going to make too much difference to me, really. I just need to tell Maluna to make a lot more solar panels at a time because it's not making a rocket's worth. Where are solar panels being made? Let's search.
They won't be made on Maluna because they take.
Oh, of course. I'm waiting. Yeah, we need to do the silicon research so we can start making them on Maluna. Then yeah. Okay. Right. We need to get more stuff happening on. That's another thing to be put behind the queue of things we're waiting for from Nauvis. Okay. Yeah, go for it, Mike. Just I can't do what I was going to do, so you might as well do what you're going to do.
Okay.
Right. Do I have the? Where are they? Do I have more chemical plants on this planet? Oh, yeah, they've been here, wouldn't they? Yes, I've got another 10 of them. It's not a huge number, but hopefully that'll be enough to get started. I'm also looking at the rate the gold is coming through. I suspect that's going to need to be drastically increased. But we'll get to that at some point in the future. Okay, so first things first. We need to do. I need to look at the Cupra Vidas Nicator starter culture recipe, and that's done in a chemical plant. We take in peat, stromatolite seeds, wood pulp, and water. That seems decently straightforward. So I'll just drop in a couple of chemical plants and set that up. There we go. I want you to do this recipe, the starter culture specifically, and then we'll flip you vertically so we don't have to faff around with the pipes too much. And I suspect that's not going to fit because I'm going to need to put in a belt, 2 out, and then 2 pipes beyond. 1, yeah, I'm going to need a bit more space. So
Go to the wrong one, Tristan.
This is Factorio. Let's leave more space than I think I need. So that comes in here, and that's going to be the 2 inputs that I was talking about a moment ago, which was the peat and the peat from over here, and the bacteria from down there. The bots are not going to be able to build all that, but never mind. Then I need to do some piping. So we need to continue. Yeah, we need the what's it called? The wood goo, wood juice. Which comes from over here. If you insist. I think wood juice is quite enigmatic of what the stuff is. There we go. And a little bit of belt. To join those up, like that. And I'll put one of those in there just because. And then a bit of pipe up here as well. And output pipe there. This isn't going to work quite as nicely as I was intending, but never mind. We could do that and then run a water pipe here. Water comes from... Where does water go? Map mode. Where's water? That's steam, which is like water, but subtly different. Here we go. Here's the water. And I've not done it properly because why would I? I guess I can do that though, and then run a pipe from here to here. And that goes under like this. One, two, three. Just to there. Right, and there. And link those in. Right, so when the bots aren't going to do any of this because we don't have the roboports in, because I took them out because we didn't have enough power to keep them running. That's helpful. Let's put that back in again and just deal with the power problems. It needs to go. Ideally, it wants to go there. Can't put it there. I could put it there. Yeah. I guess there's probably the best place. I'll give it the best coverage. But I am going to need a little bit more power coverage for that to work. Oh, while I'm at it. Oh, bother. This isn't going to work. I haven't left room for the inserters. So I'm going to have to do that. And that. And that. And bring this down to here. Instead of having this pipe in over here. Yeah, I forget how small some of the buildings are sometimes. I think I've got used to larger buildings from, I don't know, whether it's Space Age or K2SE or something. But I've got used to my buildings being much, much larger than they actually are in this in real Factorio. So I keep trying to put in builds that just don't work. But never mind, we can sort it out like that. And then over on the other side, we're then going to have a supply of the Cupra Vidas Nicators coming out. Now, these have a spoil time of only 2 minutes, which is going to be a little bit of a challenge for keeping them alive. Fortunately, they spoil into the dead Cupra Vidas Nicators, which we can still use for making the plastic. But unfortunately, we can't use them for making more Cupra Vidas Nicators. And I suspect we're going to need quite a lot of them. So, okay, I could do that. No, I can't. I want them to be across there. And I want you to do the Cuprivadis Nicator breeding. Hang on a minute. Let's do this. Let's be sensible about this. Let's cut this whole thing and move it over here. I'm going to have to redo the pipes around the bottom again. Because this way, I can put these over here, and they can share the same input pipes, and that's going to make everything a lot easier. So we say, I want you to do that one.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. But actually, let's flip that horizontally. And keep
Why did you attack over there, Tristan?
You abandoned me.
Well, I pinged the nest up here. I'm like, let's do this one because it's easier. And you just didn't follow.
And do that. And that could be then that could be an input. I'm kind of redesigning on the fly here. Does it show? As I have better ideas of how to do things. Right, so you need to be flipped vertically. Wait, which pipe? Yes, that is the correct way around. And then you both need to be moved out one, like that. So I can do that and that. And still run this belt up the middle, like that.
Tristan, I have prepared a bunch of tanks anyway.
Yes,
so
I see the tanks.
Then that could be an output. Right, so that's going to be produced. That produces the Cuprivadis Nicators. Some of them need to be fed back round here to be reused as the what's named rebred to make more. And the dead ones need to be taken away to be turned into plastic. Now, how do I want to prioritise this? That's my first question. So feed this in up here like so. And what do I do with and any dead ones also need to be taken away from the top and disposed of. Well, I suppose actually this could just be a loop that just goes round and round, because that's just going to be the and then I could pull out all the dead ones here. That works, I think. So keep the live ones going round and round, and if we ever get too many of them, we can output them over here. Which potentially means I don't need that. Right. Okay. So that's going to keep me making the fresh ones, and then dumping the dead ones out over here. I need to go and have a look at the recipes again. All right. So there are two separate recipes for bioplastic from Cuprivadis and dead Cuprivadis. They're separate, which is helpful. But it's in both cases. I was going to say no, in both cases they're the same. No, the live ones will actually make more plastic. So it is worth trying to make the recipe, trying to make stuff from the live ones rather than the dead ones, if I can. This is getting a little bit spaghetti, but never mind. So over here, I will try and make... so this is live ones. So over here we want to make the Cuprivadis from live Nicator, and that requires wood pulp as well. So, oh no, it produces wood pulp. Okay, that's slightly weird, but okay, we'll go with that. On the plus side, that means I can just feed it back into the system, and maybe we'll not get through quite as much of it as we thought we would. All of this needs to be moved over to which is which. They're the wrong way around. So this is the water pipe.
The steam turbines alternating between full power and zero power. It looks so weird.
Are they sort of blowing smoke rings? Or steam rings, perhaps I should say.
Just bursts of torrents of steam and then nothing. And torrents of steam and then nothing.
Right, do that.
Particularly when the wind is blowing north.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine. Right, so do that and then bring this over to here where it'll join onto that. And that.
No, I got stuck on rocks.
Oh, the drama.
Cool.
Right, there we go. When that, if and when that builds, yep, here come the bots. We will have a supply of both those things up here, and then over here it's a dump thing, so we can take that out from there. Bring it down to. We can't bring it down to there. That's too far. Do that then, and these. Oh, of course, the cliff's going to get in the way. Yay! I say cliff explosives when, but I know the answer is never. Not for a very, very long time, anyway. And I don't have any thingy bots with me, so I can't even do that. Can't even sort of cheat in inverted commas them away. There we go. Back and pass that over to there.
Tristan, bring all the explosive shells you can with
That.
Okay.
No, Freya. We haven't started using LTN yet. Mark has built his own version of it, which is doing most of what we want, but unfortunately isn't going to be doing all of what we want, and therefore we're going to have to add that in at some. We're going to have to add it in at some. We are going to have to add LTN at some point, but not yet. Not until we have to. I think it might be on the to-do list for today, actually.
Yep.
Right, and that's going to output plastic. Somehow onto it's going to output plastic onto this belt, and that can be then taken away up here. Now I did notice that it's 100 Cupravidas Nicatas to make some plastic. Now when each time it runs, it makes several plastic, so it could be a lot worse, but it is still a lot of Cupravidas to make plastic at all. So hopefully it won't go. Oh, and I'm gonna have to. Yeah, we're gonna get dead Cupravidas coming out of here potentially, aren't we? Yes, there's trash. Okay, so I need to copy this to here, and then feed that down to join this, like that, and input priority from the right. There we go. And then I need another setup, basically the same as this one. This one will be doing the dead Cupravidas recipe, which takes in the dead Nicatas and produces plastic from them. So that's nice and easy. We'll have that belt come down there like this, go in there like that, and pipes again will come down to here and go across here like that. So that's going to be the wood pulp coming out.
Thank you.
And we're going to need to unload the plastic here as well. Plastic and the there isn't going to be any trash from this one, so that's slightly easier.
So spamming that meant I then nicked everything after I dumped it all on
And
you.
over here we still need this
End
belt
up-
to come in
Dropping with empty hand.
like that, and that.
So Tristan, my plan is we go from the north and work our way south, because that seems like the most approachable way.
Okay. I'm going to get my corpse first.
Well,
Yeah,
that
can't leave
was
those scattered
my
around.
Thing, maybe taking the corpse after.
Oh, I need to. I
Well,
can't have that pipe
it's
there.
got personal equipment, which will help.
Yeah, but you're gonna die again.
Ye of little faith.
Oh, really?
I mean, ye of lots of realism. Realisticity? I don't know.
No, not even remotely, given I have my corpse.
Well, I mean, long reach and all, that's cheating.
Because you've not used that at all.
Never.
No, we'd never use long reach in combat. That's just not the done thing. Oh, this is getting spaghetti. I don't like it. Too spaghetti even by my standards. That's a lot, and that's very spaghetti. But still, we can get that under there to get it out. Then plastic. Right. I'm going to run it in up along here because there's nothing down this end of the bus that's using this part of the belt. So run that to there, and then I can bring this along here. Don't do that. It's a tree. Destroy the tree. Across there. La 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 la. And then up here, just because we've already got this installed. Like that. Like that. Okay. That is now complete, apart from, you know, feeding it little important things like feeding in the inputs and turning the whole thing on. So let's feed in some inputs.
By the way, the new rocket launch pads are working.
Oop, not that far.
These send up all the stuff from my ship.
Yeah, it's automatically going.
I had some stuff in the bus rocket area that I had preloaded into some chests. If you could maybe just add those to something, unless it's auto adding them.
It's auto adding, so everything that's requested or needed, it will just.
Yeah, in that case,
But-
you can deconstruct the stuff that I added in the chests or unrequest them or something.
Sure. Oh,
I can't count.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
Or mouse, apparently. There. And then this one comes along here and goes in there like that. Okay, that should, well, if we had Roboport coverage, kick in and start working. So yeah, so these gold stromatolite seeds will come up here. They'll be fed into here. We should start making things. All right. Oops. What can't be done with current train system that requires LTN? Pretty much the only thing we found, I think, is round robin. So Mark has managed to make...
No, the mixed requested.
Oh, mixed requests. Sorry, mixed
Yeah.
requests. So it's a station that will take in multiple different resources simultaneously. Well, not necessarily simultaneously, but the station will take all of those different things.
Yeah, my system requires to have the requested item name in the station name. So yeah.
So it could be that it's possible, and it's just your system doesn't allow it, or it could be that it's not actually possible.
I would challenge everybody to come up with a system that does it, but
It's yeah. I'm not going to say necessarily beyond my ken, but yeah, I suspect I would struggle to produce something like that. So
Okay.
yeah,
The ship is self-fueling.
nice, well done.
Thank you.
Okay, so we now have
I feel
some
it's a little
Cuprividus,
ugly.
Cuprividus Necator breeding going on here. So those will be passed back round again. My biggest worry with these is that they're going to sit in here waiting to have the required 10 in order to trigger again, and they'll go off,
Yeah.
basically. Let's have a look at Mike's ship.
Helping.
How do you see on the ship what the electrical power is looking like?
If you click on the hub, and then there is a lightning bolt icon in the top right of the window,
Ah,
and that shows
thank
you your
you.
electric network.
that's passable, don't I think?
Oh god, you're right. Yes, there's going to be an excess of wood pulp being produced. Right. Okay, that's easy enough to fix. We just need to come over here and link up that to all of these machines here, and tell them to how much are these going? 5k. Okay, so we tell these to only run when wood pulp, which hopefully is in here,
Oh
Wood
god,
pulp
so many.
is less than 5,000. And then I copy that to all of those, and then, well, there's a little bit of space in there now. We've got machines down the end and other end over here that are somewhere. Yeah, these ones are using a bit of it, and these ones as well. So now we should make sure we should manage to not have an excess of it. Also, I need to I need to do a thing here where I need to make sure these are always able to unload, because otherwise it'll just go round and round forever, which is nonsense. So what I need to do is that, and then that, to put it onto the inside as it comes around here. So it'll do a complete loop, and then it'll be fed out over here, and hopefully with enough lifespan left in the bacteria that it'll run again. If I could get some faster belts, this would be the area that I would speed up, because I can see this potentially being an issue. Yeah, I've done this the right way. Have I done this the right way around? Yes, I have. So it's going to always take from the outside first. Then this will come around to here. It'll jam up here like that, and then we have a steady flow coming out here, which will have gone all the way around the loop. Granted, and we're going to have a load along here that's just dead, but that's not a problem. We can have some dead stuff along here as long as the system keeps working. Which will eventually, if we do have a problem, we'll go around, loop around, and go out here to be disposed of. So I think that should be all right. Oh, and this is now I don't have this connected to anything. And we could have this a little bit lower. I'm going to have to. So I'll take that out, put that into down here, and then across to here, up here. That goes there, and then this pipe comes around there like that. That'll help. I don't. Oh, yeah, I do know why I ran out of pipes. That's fine. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yes, we're gonna have a problem here with dead Nakata, whatever they're called, ending up at the top of here. Now, at the moment, the speed these machines run at, that doesn't seem like it's going to be an issue until we have enough plastic, which we clearly don't yet. But yes, you're right. I am going to need to take the dead stuff off here and then feed that back in down here. Like that.
So, Mark, do you have any work for me on Nauvis?
Sure.
I'm en route.
That won't work, of course, because we'll end up with some live stuff in here. What I need to do also is put that in there, then remove that and move this up one, which is probably going to cut the power off up here.
And I'm trying to remember how to actually get down to the planet again. Bear with. I actually jump and hold my breath. I think that's probably the easy way. 1, 2, 3, jump!
Hooray! Right, we've made some plastic through the magic biological weirdness method. And these systems here, yeah, there we go. That's all died along there as predicted. But that's okay. I don't mind having some dead stuff along there. It's not going to cause any issues.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Candy. It's nice to be back. Things have changed since I left.
That's what you get for going away. Right, I'll move that to there as well. So it seems that one of these machines is perfectly capable of keeping up with one of these belts. Also, yeah, everything this one's trying to output is now dead because one of these machines is also more than capable of keeping up with these belts. Right, I could do with a supply of red belts over to here, so I can make this thing run fast enough to not just be full of dead stuff. So that means borrowing that is something that Mike's spaceship can do for me. Is it ready for a test flight?
Which one?
The spaceship. Either any spaceship that can bring stuff from Maluna to Lignumis for me.
Yes, that one you're looking at. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
From what Mark was saying, it sounds like Nauvis ones are sorted.
I'm
They
trying
are
to remember
being
where I put my
built
stuff.
slowly.
Alright.
Did I just throw my stuff into the system? I probably did.
I have some. Nope, not from that. From there.
The meter station is built, whatever that does.
So what can I do, Mark? Sorry.
Yeah, so you could either support Saphir and Tristan with the combat stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, the rockets are busy. Okay, fine.
So guys, do you need some help? Do you want some help? Do you want Mike's help?
Yeah.
These are important questions.
I mean, the sooner we get this killed and cordoned off, the sooner we can get to other fun stuff. So,
Yeah,
and I'm just dying right now because
Oh yeah,
Oh.
so you are.
No
I
worries.
hit the
I'm
wall.
happy to go and help.
You've
Just when
done.
you get a kit.
It looks like you've done about 2/3 of the necessary combat from this, from what I saw at the beginning of the stream. So it's looks like you're making good progress, even if you are dying from time to time. Right, there's my belts going up.
Yeah, I'll get some weaponry and come and join you.
I don't know why there's a red. I don't see any errors, so maybe it's just we're waiting for rockets to be ready. This one is a not enough to fill one rocket. That's fair enough. This one is just no error, so hopefully they'll go, now that we've got 200 belts up, we'll...
I increased the tank ammo production a bit.
These are just...
Thank you.
Yeah, these aren't funny splitters. I've not done something weird there, like keeps happening with the updates. Upgrades. Why are we not... Are they inside... No, it said there were loads available on the planet. Am I being really dumb here? Yeah, more inserters would potentially help, Doopy, except that the problem is belt capacity. The belt is so slow, it can't keep up with what the speed one machine is running at. Oh yeah, they're coming. Okay, I'm just being impatient, and there probably weren't any rockets available then. Okay, I will stop worrying about that for a moment and go back to looking at things over here. Actually, you know what I will also add in? I'll get some more chemical plants over as well, because I think I'm going to need some more of those if I want to have this running at a useful speed. Chemical plants are in
Only
here.
2 of the 4 rockets that appear to be set up for auto launching are set up for auto launching. The far right hand one and the
On Maluna.
Yeah, just
Okay.
they don't have so they're not.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Mark, do you have any shells?
Yes, I have, but I want to join you on combat now.
They should all
I
be...
just stole the ones you had in
held
your tank, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, there aren't a huge number of Logibots here, and they are having to go quite a long way from the mall area over here to the rocket area over here. So, or actually, no, the belts come from up here. But yes, they're having to transport stuff a fair distance. It was just stuff was showing up in red, which was concerning me a little bit. But it turns out that's because I was being there weren't enough rockets. Not all the rocket silos were set to launch stuff up on automatic, and so I was being basically I was being too impatient. So that should get all that up fairly quickly, and then I can buzz back over and drop it all down and
How many shells?
Yeah. and upgrade this.
I got 2 stacks, but I could use more.
On map view.
Okay.
That's
But if you keep them in your
interesting.
inventory rather than your tank inventory.
I gave you 150. That's all I had on me, Tristan.
It's interesting. The Nikata doesn't seem to start decaying until it's been taken out of the machine. So the stuff that's sitting in the output here is still at 100% spoilage level. And then when it comes out, it starts to spoil. That's quite nice, actually. So it means that all the stuff that's in here, all 326 here, that's all fine. Yes, there's a handful on this inserter that's gone off. There's one on this inserter that's gone off. But the rest of it is all absolutely fine.
It's useful until it's hot metals.
Yeah, okay, granted. When it's stuff you don't want to spoil, it's good. When it's stuff you do want to spoil, it's bad. Yeah, that seems to be working pretty well. But yes, having some faster belts down here would help an enormous amount. So let's say I want to just... Let's say I want to... What? What are you doing? You're going the wrong way. Actually, that's okay. Going the wrong way is fine, because I can right-click drag over this whole area, and it will upgrade it all to... Actually, I don't need to do the whole area. I don't need to do the whole area. It's only this bit where there's live stuff being passed around. Let's do all of that. Why is there an underground there? Oh, right, okay, there's supposed to be another other side of it there. What? Is that... Okay, yeah, I did place that. Okay, fine. Okay, that seems to be working. It's making what I would call a trickle of plastic. This is going to need to be several times bigger, I think, to be considered good. But once I get the red belts in, that'll mean the belts will be running at 4 times the speed. So I think that means I can probably double the scale of this. And then I can put another copy of it in on top. I've tried to upgrade all of this to iron. pipes. I don't actually care about that. All that. Right. So yeah, I should be able to double the size of this, and then put another copy of it on top, and maybe more, as many as I need to make that run faster. It's then up to whether these gold stromatolite seeds can come in faster. But actually, they shouldn't be a problem, because generally we're going to be running this off its own production, and we can lower the priority over here if we want to. But at the moment, we're trying to get rid of the gold stromatolite seed because we have too much of it. But in the future, we may want to reduce that and only have these run if there's a shortage of it on this belt over here. But that's easy enough to do. Yeah, plastic is indeed backing up. That's because we're not actually launching any rockets at the moment, because we're in a really good position where we've got enough steam science over on Nauvis. We're not doing any research at the moment, so the planet isn't actually outputting anything. But in the long term, I would like to start making rockets and potentially even shipping out. If we can make the gold fast enough, it'd be quite nice to make this planet the source for blue circuits, because and maybe even rocket fuel, because this recipe is fairly easy. We're just bringing in peat and gold and plastic and wood juice and steam, and we're able to make rocket fuel and blue circuits, and that's quite relatively easy as far as blue circuit recipes go. That said, it relies on us being able to produce the gold at a fast enough rate and the plastic at a fast enough rate through this weird biological recipe, which is not a guarantee. That's going to be the tricky part of it, particularly the weird gold biological thing. So we'll see how that goes. It may or may not be good enough. Yeah, we may struggle to produce the gold and or just anything fast enough. We'll have to see how that goes. Right, so now we're here. We can drop off the red belts and that. We can drop off the chemical plants, and then I can think about expanding further. And then we can go back over. We're probably going to get some. Probably going to get a rocket launch up. Yep, there we go. There's some steam science packs coming up. And then we can send the ship back over to Maluna, because I've remembered that I want another 2 rocket silos as well, so we'll want to pick up some of that. Meanwhile, back on Maluna, so we should have... Yep, there we go. We've got a load of red belts have dropped in now, so the bots are coming over to deal with that. Excellent. And there we go. We're now reloading this rocket over here with more steam science packs. Over here, things are... Yeah, ticking over nicely. Here come the red belts. I don't know where those brown belts are going to be put. There's probably there's a load of yellow chests up here. Fine. Oh, and there's loads of gold ore in these yellow chests as well. I should probably go over here and do a little bit of tidying up the chests of shame. That would seem like a good idea. I'm not sure it's my shame, but it needs tidying up nonetheless.
No.
Sophia, with the help of Big Biter, wants to try reading all of these. Just go into the config file, you lazy bones. Right, we'll upgrade that to red as well, so this can work, and stop jamming the whole thing up. Right, and now, as I say, I reckon this is now fast enough. Yes, we're feeding these things through to both of these machines now, so that's a step in the right direction. I think I'd like to upgrade all of these inserters. Bip, 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 and bip, because these are big quantities of stuff. There we go. We can now feed away the dead stromatolites. Maybe a little bit of an upgrade across here, at least that much of it, just to push that through a little bit more quickly would be a good idea. And we've run out of power. Oh, this could be a danger of this system. If the night lasts more than 2 minutes, we could be in trouble. But let's pull that belt out for a moment, and then copy that and put it in again up here. Oh, you know what would help? If I copy this as well and put it in.
You could have a group of dedicated accumulators
Here. I could have if I had a group of accumulators, that'd be quite useful.
And there are some accumulators on that planet, aren't there?
True, yes.
If it's a dedicated group, then you don't need as many.
Ah, damn overly helpful bots. All right, so this will now, at least when the red belts come over. I should have been doing this all by hand rather than by bot. However, to be honest, it doesn't actually matter if the system jams up and fails, because we've got plenty of gold stromatolite seeds over here. Producing more stromatolite, more cuprovidus is not going to be a problem.
Zephyrus, stop for a second.
But then he'll get shot. I mean, eaten, spat at. You know, all these sort of pleasant things that tend to happen.
Ooh, thank you.
How wide are we wanting to go here? Obviously, those 2 nests to the west, and how far south?
Well,
Yeah.
the 2 nests to the west for sure.
Yeah.
And then we probably should explore a bit around the lake here to see what it looks like, right?
I seem to have wildly overestimated how much capacity these red belts have.
I'm happy if you clear those 3 so we can connect basically this line over here to that corner. For now, if you're...
I'm just guessing we want to move the southern border a bit further south as well to get away from the pollution cloud.
We can, but I'm not sure how tired of combat you are.
I mean, let's just get this done, you know?
Or let's wait till we get to Volcanus and have artillery
Oh, come on.
and expansion.
Hey, Freya, yes, I would recommend if you're struggling a bit with LTN, I've produced some videos for that are quite good introductions to it, so they may be worth checking out. Sorry, Tristan, I interrupted you. I was trying to.
If you're wanting to
chat.
clear out that entire south side as well, then you might be doing a lot of the clearing yourself.
This does seem to be going
Right,
down.
I'm nearly armed. No flamethrower ammunition, I notice.
No.
Maybe a third one would be a good idea.
No worries. Okay, so that's where that is, and then...
That
here.
seems to be pretty well balanced, I think. We've got, yeah, the amount in here is staying stable. The machines are all running.
This is a new expansion, I assume?
So we are able to empty all 4 of these. So this seems to be about correct. These 2 over here are separate. Don't care about them so much. And then the power drops. But this seems to basically work. So I think, should we call that? How are we doing with the seeds? That's the other question. Are they sort of holding up nicely? Yes, we do seem to still be. We've used up about that many of them. Whatever that is in actual numbers. But there's still quite a lot coming along here. So I think it's now probably safe to go, yes, that's a nice production system. I'll have another one, please. If I just copy the whole thing. Try and put it in... let's just go north of the Roboport, because why not? Like that. I don't think I need the dead stuff processing. So that can come straight down here. And then this belt can drop down. In fact, this whole output can just drop down that way. So this can come, and I don't think I need that pipe. So this can come down here like this. There we go. So that's going to be my output of dead stromatolite and plastic. Going to come down here and be fed in here. The dead stromatolite will loop around to go into these machines. The plastic will go off this way to be taken away to the factory. What's this mess? This is okay. This is the wood juice. So we can get rid of that and replace it with. Can you reach? No, you can't. Down here like that. So I'll feed that through. What else we bring in? Right, then over here, yes, we need the wood juice and the water over here. So that's wood juice, water, and we don't need that bit. Don't need that. We do need to extend that. Don't need that. There we go. So I can go through there. So that's going to straight up double the amount of the production rate we've got for the for the plastic over here. We can probably turn some of these iron pipes into gold pipes because yeah, that's just misupgrading basically. So I think that should all work together with the system down here separately, but dumping the plastic down the same chute to get rid of it. So I think that's fine. Now we are, yes, as noted, we are catching up quite seriously on the amount of plastic we've got. So I think that means it's time to set right back over at Maluna. It is now time to unrequest all of that because I didn't mean to order it again. My bad. I'm going to need a lot of steel though. I think it's 2,000. We're going to need 2,000 steel. Imported from Maluma, and of which there isn't any. Great. And I'm going to need a large quantity of concrete mix barrels, and by large quantity, it's about. I'm going to have to do the maths again because I can't remember how many I brought over last time. But what I'm trying to do at the moment is build up an additional 2 rocket silos. And rocket silos are expensive. They take 1,000 steel plate, which is why I put in 2,000 over there. So we need that. We need 200 processing units, but we've got those being made on site. We need 400 electric engines, so let's pick those up now. Eclectic engines. There they are. Need 400 of those. Of course, none of this is going to actually fit in the spaceship because Mike didn't put any more storage space on it. I shall take matters into my own hands. There we go. Betty's not making cargo pods. Oh, he is. Sweet.
Of course I am. What kind of person do you take me for?
The sort of kind of person who makes cargo pods and doesn't fit them to his spaceship, apparently.
Doesn't need them.
Okay, it does right now for what I'm doing, but...
so you're misusing
and yes,
it
still would, because you wouldn't be able to fit 5,000 space science and 5,000 steam science on board. Without additional storage space.
It's taxed to 200 each, right?
Yes.
So 5,000 would be 25 stacks. Oh yeah, no, that's close. Yeah, down to
not with a sort of handful of other stuff that it's also storing, like carbon and iron ore and ice. Probably. Oh no, it's not storing the ice.
Shouldn't need to store the ice.
No, it doesn't. I corrected that as I was saying it.
And in fairness, the carbon and the iron ore is just a sort of, basically it's a way of passing it through to the relevant machines.
Yeah, my first spaceship was like that too.
Yeah,
actually, my first several spaceships were like that. To be fair.
Yeah, shouldn't be like that. If I was doing a complete scratch build, it would have. This is the problem: is the
yeah, you're rebuilding something that's already there. What's that?
Yeah, that cargo bit is in a really inconvenient place.
Yep, been there, done that, worn that T-shirt. I think I can't remember if blue belts are long enough to go underneath them or not. 200 pipes. There we go. That's a bit more roomy now. Gonna need 200, but I'm gonna need 200 of these.
All right, chaps, tally ho! I'm stuck on a tree, approaching the enemy.
Approaching a tree right now, sir.
Yep, absolutely.
Don't shoot till you see the greens of their leaves. Right, I need 10,000 concrete mix, which is 1,000, which is 200 barrels. So I need 200 barrels of concrete mix as well. Concrete mix. No, you're grey goo, crude slush. It's one of the grey ones in here. So diluted sulfuric acid. Concrete mix.
You like some friends?
Yep.
And we can fit 100 on it. So that's only 2 rockets. That's not too bad. Oh wait, it's 200 to 400 because I'm making 2 of these things. 4 rockets. Right, so those are not actually being made yet, but they can be made pretty darn quickly when we need them to be. The pipes are on their way up. The steel is the problem at the moment. If we look down on Maluna, I guess we'll look over here. We'll find there is steel is being taken out and put in a box somewhere here. And there's 200 in there. Is 200 not enough to fill a rocket? No, 400 is enough to fill a rocket. You need to work a bit harder. You need to... 500. Right, and then over here somewhere, yes. Here we have the machine that makes that puts the concrete gloop into barrels, and we need to make 200 of those pretty quickly. Now, I did say last time what I should have done is put the concrete into put the barrels into a box first. So let's do that this time. Let's prove that I can learn and find the robot that's doing that. It's you. Okay, can we move you 2 squares? No, of course we can't. What about if we move you up a bit? There we go. Now it reaches. So we'll do that and then put a box there. We need that to fill up to 200 because this is quick. It only takes a second to make a barrel, which is pretty good, but it only takes 0.2 seconds to fill a barrel. So you ideally want that to be running a little bit quicker. You want to, or rather, no, you want to have a load of barrels available in advance so you can fill them up as quickly as possible, because these things decay. Granted, it takes them 15.5 minutes to decay, but then they turn into concrete, and I don't want that to happen. I want to take it over and quickly unload it. All right. Good night, Peter. Sorry, I didn't say that ages ago. No, Gelquin. Good evening. But no, we don't have any research running at the moment because we don't have purple or yellow science being made yet. We are waiting to make purple or yellow science until we've got the city block, until we can make it on the city block system, basically. And it looks like there's like 2 nests need to be finished off. Oh, and 3 nests finished off. We can be able to go straight across them. Yeah, we'll just hit about there. Maybe a 45-degree bit on the end. Anyway, two nests and a tiny one need to be dealt with before we can finish the city block system off and then start making science packs over on Nauvis. Once we're doing that, then we can start doing research again a little bit more, more efficiently and with some of the harder science packs. It was essentially reckoned that it wasn't worth doing the it was reckoned that it wasn't worth making the purple and yellow science on the bus over here because we're trying very, very hard to move off and go onto the city block system. And I'm going to turn the lights on because it's got rather dark in here, and I've just noticed just how red I'm glowing on the webcam view from the light on the microphone. There we go. Do that. We're some way past the summer equinox now, so it's going to start getting darker earlier in the streams. So I'm going to need to start turning the lights on a bit more often. Right.
I have 10 ammo, Mike, just to...
Yep, I know.
You can change
Yeah, I feel it's, again, a bit much.
If you're still having issues with LTN Freya, then I say drop by the Discord and ask questions there. If you can tell us what you've done, then we can hopefully spot which step you've missed out. But in theory, if you follow through the steps in the tutorials, you should be all right. I accept that saying "should be all right" is a little bit of a vague what's name though.
I went to the tutorials to set up the transition to LTN.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I did make the tutorials quite a long time ago, so I'm aware that there is a non-zero chance that they might be out of date, should we say. Things may have changed a little bit. Right, so we've now got several hundred in here. 300 anyway. So that should be, yes, there we go. The bots are taken away to put into the rockets. So that means the Maluna transport is not filling up with steel, but some is being brought over. It's going to take quite a long time because that is... it's going to be 5 rocket launches. But more to the point, it's going to be pulling 2,000 steel off that belt, which, as we saw, is not exactly full. Mostly because somebody's taking most of it away and turning it into barrels over here. And also, all of the steel that's making its way down here is just all evaporating. It's being used as it goes along the bus, which is kind of how things tend to go in this game. Yes, no more demon, Laurence, exactly. Will it fit? Will the 2000... It sort of doesn't matter. Because I can always send this over and unload quite a lot of stuff. But 2,000... what's the stack size? 100. Yes, 2,000 steel will fit in. I'd be a little bit worried about fitting all of these barrels in. Those will not fit. I will have to send the ship over to Lignumis and empty it first, and then fly back again to get the concrete mix. But the ships will, but the steel will fit. Yes, I could expand this further. To be honest, I've still got 14 platform foundation. I could take some of this out. How ugly can I make Mike's ship before he complains?
I already complained.
Just have a massive wart of cargo bay sticking out the side like that. It doesn't go anywhere dangerous, so it doesn't have to worry about asteroid impacts. It reminds me a little bit of the lollipop ships I was making in my Space Age run. But there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. So that is just big enough for everything that I need now. But there's quite a lot left.
Have you considered building your own ship?
A little bit, yes. I suppose we are. Yeah, we are actually. Balluna could just about build a spaceship now, couldn't it? It's got. I think it's probably got all of the supplies.
It has absolutely everything. It's rigged so that it can build ships.
Okay, yeah, maybe that's probably a good idea. Then I should make my own sort of little runabout thing and leave the Maluna transport for doing the transporting science packs around as and when required. In fact, since this is the gold has filled up. Nice. We've got all of the gold. The gold, or rather, the gold belts are now packed. Lovely. That's really, really good. The Cupra Vidus is all just sitting here. The plastic is caught up. That's why. Okay, that's good. Why are you not? Oh, you are running. Okay, but nothing over here is yet. So this must have just got to its first run. That's a bit bizarre. Oh, unless over here. Oh, I've run out of green inserters. Okay, let's grab some more of those as well. Could I have 1 stack of green inserters, please? And we'll stop trying to do that. We'll stop doing that because we've done it. Stop doing that because we've done it. And we'll tell that to actually get them from Maluna, which is what I meant. There we go. Yeah, I could use the shiny new launch facilities on. I don't think I can. I think Nauvis has possibly got shiny new launch facilities. Yes, we've got the launch facilities over here, and they are we've made some rockets, but I'm not sure whether we have the production capacity over here. It doesn't look too bad actually. We might be able to. That's Sophia's ship. That's Mike's ship, hence the name. That's Mike's first. Oh, Midas. This was the ship I was building over Lignumis earlier. Over Nauvis earlier. That was going to be the other half of Maluna transport. So it's called Midas because it was going to go out to the Gold Planet and pick up. Not that one. It's because it was going to go out to the Gold Planet and pick up the science packs from there. It's now no longer going to do that because we don't need to anymore. We're going to use the Maluna ship for that. But I could repurpose this one and start actually building it up to do that run. Okay, let's do that then. No, that will get in the way of Sophia's ship, which is still trying hard to be built over Nauvis. So that'd be a bit mean. I should do it over Lignumis. No, I shouldn't. I should do it over Maluna. So
do you want to do the one that's called Mike's ship and just use that instead?
No, that's all right. I'll build my own from scratch and not steal yours anymore. Because we are going both.
I'm happy to give you that one because I'm not going to use it for ages.
All right. Okay.
It's Laurence's ship.
It's already kind of full of stuff. What we got going on here? Right. Okay.
Just basic produce the fuel system.
Yeah, I can see. I'm trying to decide whether to demolish the whole thing and start again from scratch, or go with what you've built, because what you've built is basically okay.
I'm not totally satisfied with it myself. It works, but
The top thing I would do is just feed this down here. Was there a reason you were feeding the carbon into the central storage thing?
Yeah, basically because that's how it was done on the other one.
Okay, because you changed the oh no, you didn't. You didn't change the iron ore. Can't move that. Okay.
Honestly, I just gut it and start again.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not going to be upset by it because I'm looking at it going, yeah, I get it, but it's also, why am I running belts past the middle bit when I don't need to? The
design is basically okay. It's just there's a.
It works. It's just inefficient.
Yeah. That was bizarre, but okay. Right. So we'll start off with a fairly similar design, I guess.
Yes,
In that
yeah.
I'm going to need to have some grabometrons up at the front. I think for the time being, I'm not going to build a ship that's designed to leave the Nauvis sphere of influence. So I'm not going to worry about weaponry and so on, because I don't need to yet, basically. However, right, so I need those. I need and then down. So I'll put storage on the other side. I'll have. I may have put in more crushers than is absolutely necessary there, but never mind. Belt cross there and down about here, I think. I presume there's some crushers up here. Yes, there are. Nice. So let's go like that. I only actually need 3 on the ship of this size, I think. More than that would be getting a little excessive. There we go. And input, output. Right, so this first one we're going to take in the metallic asteroid. Okay, I remember how this works. This one we're going to filter in to just take in the metallic asteroid chunks. You don't set the recipes on the machines, apparently. This one's going to take in the carbonic.
Oh, that's non-vanilla.
I thought the machines were normally programmed, but I couldn't remember for sure.
Because you need to choose whether you do the advanced one or the normal one.
Maybe these basic crushers can't do the advanced recipe.
Oh no, Tristan, I'm dying.
You tried not.
That's good advice.
Yeah, I need slightly more warning than that.
Alright, so this is going to feed out iron ore. Okay, well, I think using LTN shouldn't be too much harder than the normal train network, as long as you follow the steps in the video very carefully. I do get people saying every so often that they've tried to follow it and it hasn't worked, and I think it's always been sort of. There's never been a problem with LTN anyway. Let's put it that way. Maybe it's probably been the only thing. There may have been problems with my instructions not being clear enough, but that's all. Right, that is of course not going to work, but we have this one put onto the near side. There we go. Well, actually, hang on a minute. Let's move you that way, like that. Then I'm going to take right. You do ice. No, actually, that's not going to work.
There's some more ammo for you, Tristan.
Thank you.
So my thought was, can I get carbon and ice onto one? And no, but I'm going to need to melt the water ice separately, so that's not a problem. Let's put you then down here. And then I want long inserters here, here, and here, which I shall set the filters up on at some point, but I don't know what I need at the moment on those. It's going to be sand. Over here I need to unload the same things again. So this one will be filter out the carbonic. Actually, just copy that. Copy that. Copy that. Copy that. Yep. Thank you, Doopy. Yes, that's exactly that. Yes. But yeah, best advice for LTN is if you've tried it and you're still struggling, come and talk to us on the Discord, and we'll see if we can help. We might be able to. You never know. Right, so that's going to be my that's that part. So I now want to link that to there, and I need a constant combinator. Do I need a? I do need a constant combinator, but do I also need an arithmetic one? So what does that? Yes, I do. I need an arithmetic combinator as well. we go. Right, so that's going to be my feed of ice and my feed of the other two resources. Ice just can just be chucked straight into a chemical plant and melted. There's no reason to take it any further away from here. I don't think I'm doing anything else with this. Chemical plant is that one. So that can go there and be told to do the ice melting. Ice melting, there we go. Then we have, I suppose, it could just be 2 more chemical plants like that for doing the oxidizer and the fuel. And this belt can feed down here and to fill them up. And then we can have some more. We can find, and then we can shenanigan some stuff through. Anyway, yeah, so fuel recipes. We've got we're not doing that one. We're doing this one, the carbon and water to make the fuel, and we're doing the iron ore and water to make the oxidizer. Go down there. So putting the machines this way round means I can just run the water pipe down the side here, which is nice and easy.
Why did I get stuck again?
But on second thoughts, I think I don't want to do it the easy way. I want to flip that round like that, because then
I saved you that time.
Yeah, thank you.
I can do this,
Oh, we have power.
and it's going to be much easier to get the fuel and the oxidizer out the other side.
Yeah, I don't see any
There we go, all of that.
lifts or anything here.
Then I'm going to need a massive quantity of
Maybe
storage
not.
space.
There's obviously no longer a rock.
Yeah,
Maybe.
probably rock. Yeah.
And a load of solar panels as well. So storage. And how much storage do I need? Probably that much should be enough, I guess. And to be honest, with the way I'm going to build the ship, it's going to be quite easy to put more in if I need to later. We'll then also have a pipe coming out here, and we'll feed down from there. All of the storage, yes. I've been meaning to make a video about CyberSyn for several years now, and just never getting around to it because it's the other thing. Having what seems to be the everybody's favourite LTN video. I felt it would make sense to make a CyberSyn video as well, but I just never quite got round to it because it mean going in and researching learning to use another mod, and I basically just never got round to it. But I probably should.
Was that tank powered by spoilage, Mike?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, why not?
And did it work?
Incredibly slow.
Do you see any biters left alive?
Is it because you're releasing such
My
a bad
point
smell out of
exactly.
the back from the spoilage?
Well, good for
Listen,
you,
no
Mike.
one said how I had to defeat them. They just said they had to be defeated. All right.
I happened to bring some extra rocket fuel. Here you go.
It's very kind of you. What do I want that for?
Right.
I'm not trying to fly a rocket.
Better turn those off for the time being while I
I
wait
don't
for
know.
these bits to come up.
Figure something out.
How do you make
Insert
those?
a divider and ignite.
I was wondering if it'd be easier to make the combinators up in space than to ship an entire rocket's load of them up. Especially as I don't know if they must be being made on Maluna,
They
surely.
actually
I'll
don't know
get
if they are
copper.
being produced. They probably are, but just ship them up.
Yeah, they're not being produced, but it's
Yeah,
easy enough to
an
add in.
accident. What do you want combinators for?
Smart meteor gathering, or smart asteroid gathering rather.
Oh, yeah, because you put everything on one cyclical belt. Has it occurred to you that you might end up in a situation where you get backed up on something because all the crushers are taking the same meteorite type?
No, because you can set filters on the crushers. Oh, sorry, on the grabbers.
On the inserters in, so yes.
Yes, and yeah, I'm going to be setting it on the grabbers, not on. I'm going to be setting the filters on the grabbers, not on the inserters.
Is it just me that can't hear Laurence?
He just stopped
Um,
talking suddenly.
I'm still talking. You should be able to hear me.
I can hear him
I hear
again
you
now.
now.
That was weird.
I might have just stopped talking to sort of slightly in the middle of a sentence because I got distracted by something. I do that occasionally, and which I apologise.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
we'll do such a thing.
Arithmetic combinators. Cool. You can play when I talk too much. You can play when I talk too little.
It's I mean, I'd say
Playing
don't
it
take
in a
it.
strong way.
I'd say don't take it personally, but it is just you.
Make 50 of those as well. And I'll probably put a small. Actually, we'll just ship up a rocket full. It's easier that way. And then we need that to copy to there, that to copy to there, so they can actually do their jobs. Right, that'll be that bit. In the meantime, how much steel have we shipped up to the Maluna transport? 800. Right. Okay. Well, it is slowly getting there. However, I have made 480 barrels, so that's good. Got that going for us. Is the steel all just being eaten by... Well, it is all just being eaten by downstream.
Could you concentrate on that one next? I think that's then good enough.
I like the idea of a factory spaceship that just that does production of stuff. I had an idea which I talked about quite a lot in the Space Age retrospective videos about making a spaceship that would produce all of the science packs in space from just space junk. And it worked out that I think the ones you wouldn't be able to make were the ones that required stone and all the ones that required exotic ingredients from other planets. So you wouldn't be able to make military because you wouldn't be able to make the walls unless you shipped stone up, and shipping stone up to space seems ridiculous. And you wouldn't be able to make purple because you wouldn't be able to make the furnaces. Other than that, I think we reckoned it'd be possible to just make all of the space, all of the science packs in space, all of the basic Nauvian science packs at least in space, and drop them down onto the planets. A lot of the exotic ones it'd probably be possible to make as well. You could have a ship that would bring in holmium, for example, from Fulgora, and then produce.
Made on planet.
Oh, does it? Oh, okay, that's a shame. All right. Well, for the exotic ones, you'd either have to mod that to be different, or you'd have to ship all the science packs up to that big spaceship, and then do this. You could do the science on the spaceship, although there'd be some efficiency penalties with that, admittedly. But it could be done, and could be done is almost as good as should be done. Oh, that'll be us up to 900 or possibly 1,000. Yeah, expanding new planets is a nice idea. It'd be really nice if you could transport stuff from one ship to another. That is I think we might have a mod for that installed. I don't remember for sure, but if we do, that would be a very nice feature to have. Right, so here we go. We've now jammed up on plastic completely. There's a little bit flow. Oh, I see. The plastic being made from the dead Cupravidus is coming out the other side, and therefore going down this side of the that means it's going to not. That means it's going to get used first for making low density structures, and it's not going to get used for making blue circuits. I feel like I should probably have a priority on the stuff that's being made from the dead, because otherwise it's just going to jam up. So how can I do that without this? I need to feed it onto a belt going down past here, like this, and then side balance, and that's going to seriously impact the throughput rate. Or I can just assume that we're going to make enough low density structures that it'll keep up. Ooh, who was that? Who's lost a tank?
Oh, it was me.
Or I could try and
Very careless losing a tank. I mean, they're not exactly small things, are they?
You guys have a spare?
Let me check my pockets.
Let me check the other pockets just to see if pocket-sized tanks for the especially large and reinforced gentleman's trousers.
Oh, you've seen whichever Ant-Man film it was then?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I have seen some Ant-Man films.
One of them, spoilers, but one of them he had a tank on a keychain that he sort of threw out, and it became a tank, and it broke all of the rules that they'd set in the Ant-Man films. And everyone went, "No, you're not allowed to do that," but they did it anyway.
Fair enough. I mean, if it was full, I don't quite remember that one itself.
That's the first one.
Oh, was it the first
The
one?
escape,
Okay,
escape for the PIM building.
Oh, is this the one where they say the thing's mass is retained, and then like he's
Yeah.
got an entire
Yeah.
office block as a luggage case? And
That's
stuff?
the
Yeah.
second film.
Okay. But yeah, Ant-Man hasn't been able to make its mind up over whether you retain mass or not for the entire thing. Because you get... It's comic. I know it's comic book logic, but it's comic book lack of logic, which sort of, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, they reference this in the film Martian, where he goes. Tell you what I was thinking about. He goes, "Why is it that Aquaman, who can only control fish, can in fact control whales?"
Because
I get it. The simple reality is that the average, it's a kids show.
no, the answer to that is actually fairly simple.
For Americans.
It's that Aquaman doesn't fully understand his power, or doesn't understand the difference between fish. Aquaman doesn't know that whales aren't fish. So Aquaman can actually control sea creatures. He just thinks he can only control fish because he's not very smart.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's a bit like, I mean, it's the unreliable narrator thing. Like there's a certain fantasy series that we're quite interested in where every so often someone will say this is how the magic system works, and sometimes they're wrong. They're telling you how they think the magic system works, but they're incorrect about it.
Yeah.
Does Aquaman ever say that he can?
No.
His
Or is
power
it-
is that he can control fish.
No, it's stated by the narrator.
Unreliable narrator only really works when you've got a specific narrator, but
Yeah.
when you've got a character
Yeah,
being
no,
the narrator, rather.
The given reason is because you're dealing with small children and you don't want to stop in the middle of the fun little sequence and explain that they can't control the whale.
Yeah, but you could say sea
Because-
creatures.
Yeah, but I mean,
Given that he can control whales, you could just say sea creatures.
it's just one of these things where they wrote it a certain way and thought, oh, that's cool, and then, oh yeah, that doesn't quite work from a narrative point of view.
Right, I need to stop this when it gets to 601 barrels made, or slightly more wouldn't be too much of a problem, but I don't want to go too far over. See, this rattles through nice and quickly once all the barrels have been made, because this machine is really, really quick, and this is why I put bulk inserters on there. 300. I'd say that's halfway, but it's not. It starts at 200. What are you bringing? Oh, I see, to make water.
Your tank doesn't look very orange, Mike.
I can't help that.
Is this like when we play Manhunt and people forget to recolour their cars? Oh,
Yeah,
I should have put in a water tank.
It is actually genuinely orange. It's just it doesn't look it.
It's just the dirty orange of because your colour is actually Factorio character default, isn't it? Basically,
Close.
Pretty close to.
I got that.
I mean,
I
in
got
fairness,
the impression that's what you're using.
You
Anyway.
keep a tank clean and nice and shiny when it's in the middle of action.
Yeah, you're camouflaged against any deserts you might find.
In the K2SE intros, the reason he's in a different train to the rest of us is because the vanilla train doesn't colour to orange very nicely.
Oh, okay.
That's part
I
of the reason he's
don't think I ever noticed that. You might have told us about it at the time, but my memory and stuff.
Maybe.
570, 580, 590. Stop the inserter. 600 and something. Okay, close enough. Right, so we can launch all of those up. We're going to be lobbing rockets up as quickly as we possibly can. That's fine. We've got 15 minutes, so things will probably be all right here. All right.
Tristan, that one's your fault. Blame you.
As long as you found someone, as long as you've assigned blame, that's what matters. Oh, cool! I've got the 2,000 steel I needed now.
We go
Excellent.
clockwise in this system of killing biters, Tristan. Clockwise.
Is it just me, or are you cutting out sometimes, Laurence?
He is.
Oh, am I cutting out for stream as well? I've noticed that Mike cuts out quite a lot, but he always seems to, so I've sort of disregarded that. No God says he commands fish but requests from dolphins and whales, so it's dependent on the intelligence of the creature, like an underwater Dr. Dolittle.
That just sounds all kinds of wrong.
Well. Magic of the orcs in 40k, it works because they say it works. Yeah. I think that's the point, regular. Yes, it's the internal consistency that you need. So you can have as long as you have a magic power that it said this is how this character can do such and such a thing because I say so, and it works like this. Then that's basically okay. Because those are the rules of the world that you're playing in. It's when
the old psychic, and so they.
So they don't entirely understand how their magic works, but it's because, and if they did, they'd probably use it differently. But yeah, that can work, and things like you can break the laws of physics as much as you want with your magic system, as long as how your magic system breaks the laws of physics is consistent and or at least there's a good excuse when it's inconsistent. That sort of thing I'm absolutely fine with. It doesn't have to be 100%. It doesn't have to be realistic because it's a magic system, but it does have to be. It has to be internally consistent. Okay, regular and Doopy say I'm not cutting out on stream, so I'm afraid it's I was going to say it's a you problem. I think technically it's actually a Discord problem.
I'd say it's not a problem for us. It's definitely a benefit.
Depends how much.
Benefit, yes.
Depends how much cutting out is going on. I can see it just being annoying. Ah, there we go. That rocket has just launched. Nice. I haven't noticed any lag. Is it on its way?
It's possibly on my side. We've had slightly flaky internet today, and the wife does this thing where she says, "Oh, you're not you're streaming, so I'll just download everything locally and watch it in offline mode." you do realise that
that's actually worse.
If you do that before the stream starts, no problem.
Yeah. There's a lot of smoke coming out of these jet rocket engines. A lot of black smoke. It's not burning very cleanly. All right, we have arrived. Unload the concrete mix. Unload the concrete mix. Unload the concrete mix. Unload the concrete mix. Unload it quickly before it. I mean, we've only got 11 minutes 40 seconds to get it out of the barrels. I may have overloaded the downstream capacity a little bit over here. But we are now unloading the concrete mix into the tanks over here, and that's what matters. But as long as it's now we've run out of power. As long as we've got it out into these tanks, then it won't go off and it won't turn into concrete. It's just when it's in barrels that it can set. So we're trying to get it back out of the barrels as quickly as possible, like this. This machine shouldn't be here. In hindsight, this machine should be. This mod is silly. This machine should be over here, because then I can put that there, and I can rotate that. Oh, it's not going to work, is it? These tanks are stupid.
Mike, this was a brand new wall.
It's not my fault you put a wall literally where my tank was going.
In his defence, the wall was built as his tank was rolling towards it.
Right, there we go.
Details.
Much better. Right, so if we could have power back before the concrete mix starts to go off, we are taking out the spoils
It's
first.
unhelpful fire, that's all I'm saying.
Hello, Steph. Welcome. Yeah, Discworld is a comedy is comic fantasy. The rules were a little bit different there because, yes, as you say, it doesn't have to be entire. It doesn't have to make sense because it is sort of a farce and a spoof and a comedy. So yeah, Discworld runs under its own slightly different rules. I will accept that. But even then, you expect it to be. You expect the sort of the rules and the physics to mostly be consistent, unless the rule of funny needs to take over. That's how I see it, I think. Alright, so what's going on here? We've got all these concrete... Oh, we've filled up that box, haven't we? Yes, we have.
Does anybody of you have landfill by any chance?
Not on me, I'm afraid.
No.
I have 200.
Oh, that's perfect. I'm missing like 20.
Do we
Yeah,
have any
let
more
me
of those
just
iron
prepare.
boxes? Probably not. Because we don't really have much iron. Dum 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 dum. Right, grab some iron off here. That's the wrong button. How long have you been playing this game for, Laurence? You should know how to pick things up off a belt by now. Unfortunately, I can't crush the steel barrels back into steel, I don't think. And then turn them into steel chests. Oh, we've lost power again. Yay! This keeps happening. However, we're launching another rocket now, which means we'll start burning through this stuff, which means we'll start using up plastic, which means this system will kick in again, which is nice. Right, I think I can now release the Maluna transport and put it back to doing its normal Maluna Lignumis run system thing. What's the name? And just let it run. So now I won't steal the ship again. So the space science and steam science production is now going to be shipped over to Nauvis in the way that we would like to become accustomed to, and there should be a fairly healthy supply of it all. And Mike is being rude to me in spaceship names.
So, Mark, what you're saying is you do not want us to push further south right now.
I'd say no.
How about we just all do a little exploration just to reveal more of the map? Because if there's like amazing choke points, we might as well use them.
All right, limiting factor is now producing
Tristan,
this
Mike,
stuff.
do you agree? Do you want to do a little exploration?
I do what Mark tells me to.
Blimey.
I think it's probably worth building up stuff in city blocks and actually progressing.
Yeah, my vote would be for getting more, working towards getting the science production running in city blocks.
This is a Nauvian democracy. One man, one vote. Mark is the man. He has the vote.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm happy with your expansion now. Thank you for that. I'd say I finished the wall here. You guys come back into the wall, and I have some tasks for you.
Okay.
Yes, boss. Thank you, boss. On it, boss.
Alright, okay, job done.
Sug. Right.
Decent peon sound. Peon voice.
Actually, the coffee I had about an hour ago is working its way through me, so I might need to take a 2-minute break. Be right back.
Is that allowed?
Put it this way, I'm taking a break one way or the other.
I hope Mark has given you permission.
Mark, what would you like me to do?
Oh. Didn't want that rocket at all,
So if
though.
you wanted to do the wall, yeah, you could do the science lab city block.
Labs themselves.
Labs themselves. I'm thinking about a rocket landing pad in the middle. A sushi basically around, and labs between the sushi belt and the.
Remember that you'll want to be able to export some other stuff from the landing pad to the rest of the factory.
I was going to say, and another station that's take other
No,
stuff.
this is just the landing pad for the science.
Nope, you're only allowed one landing pad.
We only have one landing pad per planet. I believe we get to upgrade that later.
Oh, sure.
In
No,
vanilla Space
yeah,
Age, that is definitely the case. I believe we have a mod to allow us to change that later, but currently, no, you're only allowed one landing pad per planet.
Cargo landing pad capacity. Meraxis or Castra or Lignumis.
Lignumis? What?
As it's from one of those mods.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So it takes hydraulic science, battlefield science, and then all the ones we've already got, plus yellow and purple.
Battlefield science sounds like Castra to me. Oh,
Yes, it is. And Meraxis is hydraulic. So, which might partly mean we want to beeline for those relatively quickly.
possibly, yeah.
Because so far we've not made any decisions based on researchers.
Hmm.
As to where to go.
Just on vibes.
Yep.
Vibe-based exploration.
Speaking of exploration, I have explored a bit.
Oh, have you found anything exciting? Have you found a
Well,
supply of
that's for Mark to
cheese?
decide.
So, Tristan, yeah, please, maybe leave the space in the middle for a landing pad, but assume everything comes in via train for now.
Okay.
And it comes in via one LTN, everything.
Yep, that was going to be my
All
follow-up
times,
question
basically.
and assumption.
That is a nice lake. A nice pair of lakes, actually. Yeah, because we can potentially when we need to expand again, which I expect to be probably maybe a month, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, we can put a choke point. There's a nice choke point there, and then there's probably a choke point there. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what's going on in here, but I suspect we'll be able to choke that off fairly well. And then something over here, maybe across there, just where Sophia is now.
Yeah.
And then, well, we'll have to see what the rest of this lake looks like if Sophia manages to explore a bit more of it.
There, basically, Sophia.
You want me to try to get in there?
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, basically you want to know what you want to know where the lake to your northeast goes at the north end of it, and you want to know where Mark is pinged as well, because yeah, and possibly you want to know where that crude oil 7.2 million is as well, if there's anything interesting around there. Crunch, crunch, crunch through the trees. Nope, you got a kill as well. A drive-by. I've said this before, I think, in some of my retro videos, but I do like the effort they've put in to making the maps or the terrain a little bit more logical. Like you have these little tracks through the forest, and things feel like they sort of make sense. Oh, that is a very nice bottleneck. Yeah.
And you're not going to have a random
yeah.
cliff blocking
Nice.
off the path.
Yes.
Don't get killed.
Although that looks like that path continues out into the lake and has flooded.
It does, yeah, because that island has a bit of path on it as well.
I think he's
And the one below.
genuinely what they have
Could
designed
you
in with that.
circle around
That's-
basically this side and explore what's the northern
Yeah.
border of that lake?
I can't really see where you pinged right now.
Follow the road
Yep.
you just hit, and then keep going north. You'll hit a lake eventually, and then sort of follow the lake round.
There's a lake to your right side. I want to have the contour of that, basically.
Got it.
Oh,
Nope.
Yeah, that's a peninsula. Don't go too. You want to turn around. Run away! Run away! Run away! Run away! Run away! Bonk.
Oh no!
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
That looks
I'm
like
genuinely.
that is a good lake.
I'm genuinely curious whether you could theoretically use the Maluna wood processing recipe on Nauvis. And there's two elements to that. One is to produce wood.
Yes. Can you
but
make the
other
wood
is to
fast enough?
produce... Scale is not too much of an issue.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. No. Is it easier to produce it fast enough
Well,
than it is
mean,
to find oil or do coal liquefaction or something like that?
yeah, that's the other one is.
Sophia's given up on his exploration. Never mind.
No, I just need to repair.
Oh, fair enough.
But because you can grow wood out of the ground using tree seeds and the planters, wood is effectively a free unlimited resource. Water is effectively a free unlimited resource, and with water and wood, you can make, and a little bit of seed.
Yeah.
You can make unlimited quantities of.
Remember what
sulfur.
happened with the free power thing? Where have my electric motors gone? I ordered electric
That is
motors.
the risk, in fairness.
Maybe I didn't get. Maybe I ordered them from the wrong planet. Okay. I don't know. I am very confused. Why have I not? Also, why have I not got any cargo bays up here yet? Not enough to fill a rocket. Maluna, what are you doing? Not enough steel. Ah. Oh, it's because all the steel is being turned into spaceship flooring. Rather than... And not getting past to get turned into thingies. These thingies. I guess I could. Got a lot of space platform food. Oh, that's because Mike shipped up a huge amount of it. That's why. I could drop that back down again. Oh no, I'm going to need engines on this ship at some point. So let's carry on building for now.
In fairness, you're going to need most of those things up there.
Yeah, it's just whether the quantities are excessive. For now, I suppose at some point I'm going to need to expand. Oh, there's no engines up here. You must have not got that far.
I didn't get that far now.
Yeah, fine.
I was making the stuff, but never got engines. So, Mark, what would you like me to do?
Give me a second.
Okay.
Those are very off center. Let's do that again, but with more centered engines.
You want me to continue heading east, Mark?
Yeah. See where it connect, if there is a connection basically over there.
Alright, so that goes from there to there,
So we have
and
basically have the
Yeah.
map range or map visibility for the next expansion.
there and there. Pipe. Got it. And then this one from there to I guess there. There isn't a nice way to do. Well, maybe there is. If it comes up here, then it can go that way, and then across this way above ground, like that. I say ground, above, whatever we call this stuff, and then I can extend this down to. Yeah, no, I can't. Do that. There we go. That should now be working. I've not had any carbon. Oh, that's because I'm not actually requesting it to gather anything at the moment. So, right, now I need to sort out my gatherometron here. I have 30 pieces of belt, which means I have room for 120 items on it. I'm collecting 3 things. Let's aim for 25 of each of them. Yeah, 25 of each of them so I don't overload. So that's 25 metallic and 25 carbonic and 25 oxidic. Like that. And then let's disconnect that from there because that's wrong. Let's plug that into there. Let's plug that into there and into there. And then we'll take in everything. So how do I see? There we go. Everything or each and multiply it by -1 and output it as each. And then, oh yes, we need to then also enable, no, read belt content, hold all belts. Right, so we now have apparently have 1 metallic and 1 oxide sitting on the belt at the moment. And so now there's another metallic. So we're gathering up until there's 25 of each of these on the belt, at which point the plus 25 coming off reading the belt will cancel out the minus 25, will be negated and will cancel out the plus 25 coming out of the combinator, and so all of these will turn off. At the moment we are trying to... Why are we not trying to bring in carbonics? Plus 25 carb... Oh, that's anorthite. That's why. Duh.
So it turns out you can't put labs down in Blueprint Sandbox.
Oh. Okay.
Why not?
That's weird.
Them's the rules.
You can spawn infinite stuff and then it might get confused and research stuff by mistake.
Yeah, it would have to then sort of run. It'd have to sort of run sciences without actually giving you any results, wouldn't it? Which would be a bit weird.
I found some, because I also wanted to look at sizes of different labs that we'll be putting down to plan ahead.
Oh yeah.
And so I needed to find buildings that are the same size as that. So I've got them here. I've got 3 types that we can place on Nauvis.
Where am I going to put this? I could put it there. No, I can't. Well, I can actually. No. Yeah, I can. But then I have to run the pipe down on the other side. I'll have to do that. Just do that, and then that, and then that.
I guess I'll have to.
Because I do want these to fill up.
Use this block as robomol, please.
rocket the barrels back to Maluna.
Some more challenges for that. I don't want to connect the logistic network of the RoboMall and the rocket system with the rest, which is why the logistic area of the outside of the train system basically ends outside the stone and concrete borders of the city block. So I sometime want to remove that roboport over there and disconnect basically the robo network from the rest.
Right, I'll take a look at what you pinged.
Is it 200 or 400 for? So I need silo.
Sorry,
200.
so... Oh, this one you want to remove?
Yes.
Got it.
So basically I want to have an inner robo system connecting the rocket silos and the robo mall, and the transfer of items between the outside world and the inner world should be done via storage chests, green boxes, and some magic around that.
Right, but the ones in the middle here, right? These we can remove.
They will remove as well.
Yeah.
Why?
what do you want me to do?
Why do you want separate storage for the stuff that's going for space and the stuff that's going to be used to build up the rest of the factory?
No, I basically I don't want yeah, well, it's a good question. We could have it all on the same network.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You obviously your planet. Do what you want. I'm just curious as to why you wouldn't want to have wouldn't just have the stuff that's being built for expanding the factory in the same network as the stuff that's being sent up to space, because then you'd end up with double storage of all the various machines and rails and so on and so on.
I had a logic when I thought about that, so let me think about it again.
Okay. I was curious.
I mean, it'll stop logistic bots from flying all over the place, and it'll always have logistic bots available.
Yeah, yeah.
there.
That's
I suppose.
basically
That makes sense.
that's the logic too, because the robo silos were struggling for a while because we don't have enough logistic bots, and they were coming over all from where they delivered the ammo for the expansion on the west side. So they filling a rocket silo with 50 platform stuff took like more time than building 2 new rockets in a silo.
Yeah, and it's fine as if you've got if you're loading the rocket from a box right next to it, but when there's a bit more distance, it's not as good. Okay, fair enough. No, that is a good reason. Remember that you can have you can tell a roboport to have a minimum number of bots in it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that might conquer.
Might help.
Yeah, might do it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it'll still. They might be available, but one bot might still be tasked from across the map to do something that it shouldn't.
So I would say aim for building everything in separate networks, and we can still. I mean, it's just one roboport away, basically, to separate it again.
There's no actually thinking about it. There's no real harm in having 2 separate malls, one for the rocket launch area,
I
and then
have one mall.
Okay.
And the connection should be done via, storage chests connected via inserters.
Okay. So they'll all just be sort of right along the edge of the join area.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that could work. Okay. Right, I better catch up on chat a little bit. Yeah, the lake may well be landfilled in the future for a nuclear plant. At the moment, we've got a nice one here. So if we need if we do need another one, actually, let's pull up a blueprint so we can wave it around and have a look at what things look like. City block book, new city block. Let's grab that one. Oh, let's try and do that again, but remember how to actually use the game. Right, so this would be quite a good one to drop a nuclear plant in. This one would also probably work, although I don't know exactly where the pumps are. This one would almost certainly be fine. That one maybe. Down here, that one will probably work, but that will require a bit more expansion. That one will be really good. That one will be good enough. And then, yes, you're quite right. Over here, there's loads of space for nuclear power plants in these lakes, but we haven't expanded anywhere near that yet. Oh, and up here as well, actually. So if we go north, then there's we put in loads of nuclear power up here. But yes, it is something that needs. Oh, and up here as well, loads of space. But yes, it is something we'll consider a little bit as we get to that point. But for now, this plant is probably going to kick out just about enough power for the foreseeable future.
Mark,
Yes.
do you have any plans on expanding the rocket silos here? So should I be building from the bottom up, or?
I would say,
raid.
yeah, try to start within the borders of the southern box, basically.
I'm going to interrupt because we've had a raid, I'm afraid. Hello, Frabsh and friends. Welcome to the stream. This is Laurence Plays Factorio Planetary Pioneers. So we are gradually working our way through about more than 20 planets and more than 30 science packs on the way through. And so far we've got to 3 of them. So we've got on Nauvis, we are currently building out a massive city block system. We've got Maluna, which is bringing in various asteroid chunk type resources here, and then cooking them down and mostly making rockets. And then there's this tiny little area over here that's making space science. This tiny little area over here that's making the space science. And we've got Lignumis over here that's producing gold and steam and combining those together into making steam science. And, well, we're currently waiting for Nauvis to get up to speed with the new city block system to be ready for us to start shipping science packs in again. So, yeah, I'd say things are going pretty well over here. What have you been up to? How's your stream gone? Yes, well, every planet adds at least 1 new science. So Lignumis is a sort of a starter moon. You get going on this one before you even get to Nauvis, and you produce wooden science packs, which are produced from stone bricks, wooden gears, which are made out of lumber, which is made out of wood, and peat, which is dug up out of the ground. So you get a sort of you get a nice simple science pack to start off with, and then you get the next one up, which is slightly more complicated, which requires gold and steam, both of which kind of come out of the gold processing, and you can grow gold in a sort of a Glebian kind of way over here. So yeah, and yes, each planet will add a load of new stuff. Most of them will be new science packs and probably some new techs as well, and yeah, lots of stuff like that. 1,000 times science, jeez, that sounds. That sounds like a thing. Yeah, okay. My runs tend to be more different science packs rather than trying to build the same stuff in larger and larger quantities. I personally find that more interesting, but I can see the sort of the terrifying appeal of trying to do a many multiplier run. That can be certainly sounds interesting. So yeah, I hope it's going well. What was I saying earlier? Yeah, regulars pointed out the bio breaks are like maintenance periods. If you don't schedule them, they schedule themselves for you. Yes, that sounds reasonable. Clown has suggested that when going out exploring, take a radar and some solar panels and drop it down every so often and use it to grab a bit of extra viewing around you. It's a nice idea when there's slightly fewer biters around. But yeah, it makes sense. Why have you not got any fuel? Because there's only gold on this belt. Why is there any gold on this belt? I should probably sort that out at some point. Yeah, personal lasers have been made a little less effective, but oh well. I'm only using one side of the belt, no guard, on the spaceship over here. I'm only using one side of it, so it's only 4 per piece of belt rather than 8 per piece. So that's sort of deliberate. So 30, yeah, so 120, so 25 each seems reasonable. Whether we have construction trains, I guess that's up to that's going to be up to Mark. But we've got full robo coverage at the moment. So, well, with at least of the outside of the city block. So and you can put robo coverage inside if you want to when you're building. So whether we do that or not is going to be very much up to him. Whether we do have a construction train or not is going to be up to him. We don't need it. It just depends how patient we are when we want to try and build a city block over here somewhere. Oh, nice. Clown has counted up our science packs, and we're at 23 so far. We will, I imagine, we'll probably be at more than 23 by the time we finish them all, because as more planet mods get to a stage of being ready and finished enough, we'll probably end up adding some more in, I suspect, because we're masochists like that.
I have concerns about that number, given the system I'm setting up it allows for 24 science packs.
Well, it might just have to be expanded a little bit then. We'll.
No, as in, I have assigned 24 science packs to it.
Oh, I see. We seem to have one more science pack than you, Clown, I'm afraid.
And the science packs that can't go into it, because I've looked at these labs and gone, how many science packs do they accept?
Have you tried pushing harder? Maybe you need a force inserter rather than just a stack.
It goes, so forcing doesn't work. It just goes through.
And you can't put anything in a ghost.
Do, Mark? Please, sir, can I have a job?
Sure. So you remember on Discord we were discussing about the Lignumis plastic system for Nauvis.
Ah, yes.
I don't remember that, but I'm game to try it.
Yep, so please look into that, and I think you need some stuff from Lignumis, from Laurence, shipped over to Kickstarter.
Yes, you're going to need some...
And, yeah.
Any particular block in the city, or do I just choose one?
Just choose one, and since I'm not sure, what kind of space you need, I'm leaving it up to you if you want to do a self-contained, so including the wood production, or if you want to have the wood shipped in. So
Okay,
I'm leaving that up to you for now.
Thank you. So it's plastic production with the Lignumis method.
Yes.
Yes.
It's basically wood to plastic.
I will send over a starter culture for you of the gold stromatolite seeds and peat. Bear in mind that if you run out, more can be shipped over. It's not a problem. Those will not go off, but the things you make out of them will.
No worries, thank you.
That's okay. Right, so dump those electric motors down. Doomp, like that. And I've got my own ship now, so I can stop stealing mics all the time. Those will be dropped down. Why have you stopped? Oh, we've run out of ice, have we? No? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so we've got plenty of... Oh, we've not got as much... Hang on. Ah, right, there we go. It's jammed up. Right, I was waiting for that to happen, because then I can come over here, and I can set this as to get rid of stone, in this case. Like that. Throw it out into deep space. This one makes carbon and coal. We don't want the coal at the moment, so we're just going to throw that away. Feels very wasteful, but we are going to anyway. And then down here we've made sand, so we need to throw the sand away. Sand, that one. And yeah. You know, in hindsight, I could have just blacklist. Oh no, I'd have had to blacklist both sides. This is slightly easier. There we go. We'll just throw that off into space and cause some Kessler syndrome.
I'm sorry. Who removed my name?
Uh-oh. Right, dropping those electric motors down here.
Have a look at who touched it last and see if you can work it out from that.
Means I need to grab some more blue circuits. Okay.
That's not nice.
Did they need some of the inserters you'd been using up? It's probably enough to get that going. Yes, that's enough for my first one. Oh! What's happened to all the pipes? Where has everything gone? I brought all the stuff I was going to need over, and half of it is missing. And I don't understand.
They built his name out of them.
He's on a different planet! I mean, it's not impossible. It's not impossible that he's been playing at shenanigans, but it seems less likely. What? Maybe the bots took them away and I've been using them all. Right, you know what? I'm just going to whack a... right, firstly, I'm going to put a request in here for a load of those. See if we can find some. I probably won't get very many of them, but at least we'll find some of them. Lignumis. We've got 2 of them. Okay, great. Then I shall whack a downgrade planner across the entire world and turn any iron pipes we have on this planet into gold pipes. Okay, there's some over there. We'll gather those in. Because there's no... Underground, it matters. Above ground pipes, it doesn't matter at all. They are functionally identical. The gold and the iron pipes. One may hold slightly more than the other. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's going to help. Okay, we found.
You want me to bring the rocket
30.
hollows over, Mark?
No, robots will do that. Thank you.
Ugh. I suppose I could. I mean, there is some iron over here. I could grab some of this. It's going to interfere with the making of plastic, but we're not making plastic. We don't need to make plastic that way in the long run. So I'll grab some of this, and I'll just make handcraft some iron pipes because, for goodness sake, like that. There we go. My bots will just feed them straight in here. That's handy. 8 and 9, 100. Right, there we go. So that's my first rocket silo, and I'm going to need. I want 2 more of these. I also then want to ship up a load of gold stromatolite seeds and peat up to my spaceship. Send it over to Nauvis to drop it on Mike's head because he's going to need some of that. Yeah, I wondered if the iron pipes had got placed, but I feel like I've been being reasonably careful about that because it doesn't work. Because I keep running out and have to replace them with gold ones. And I was doing all of that before I shipped these ones over, so I don't really know where they went to. So that's rather weird. Ooh, that's a good question actually. Can you plant stromatolites on Nauvis? Probably not, I would imagine. No, you need this particular type of terrain to plant the gold stromatolites. So we're not going to be able to plant them on Nauvis. But if we take a look at the process over here, you only need the gold stromatolite seeds and the peat for the initial starter cultures. As long as you can then keep your stirry system here running, so that your Cupria Vidus Nicatas don't die, then it doesn't matter. You don't need to keep feeding new ones in. This process only requires wood juice and water, and additional Cupria Vidus, or looping around the Cupria Vidus, and then you can tap off the excess. So it's gonna require Mike to learn all kinds of exciting things about spoilage. So that's going to be fun. But basically, he should be able to manage it just from this. Nor did I last week, which is why I went in and built up this entire system using the Maluna recipe to take in wood and iron and make plastic from that. And it turns out that was a bit of a waste of time. But oh well, you never know. Yeah, it was worth a try. I think I wanted to get all of these to drop onto the outside of the belt like that. Because then we'll make sure we use the stuff that's coming round from here first. And I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I'm going to try not to cheat. Well, I don't like cheesing things with bots because it's a bit cheesy. But I'm not in charge of Nauvis, so I know they're already building a bot mall over there, which is slightly less bad, but it's still certainly is different from the way I normally do things. But that's okay. That's sort of the interest of playing multiplayer. Is you get different people doing things different ways. And I sort of inflicted my dislike of bot malls on everyone else when we were playing the K2SE run. So I guess it's fair enough to let people have their way this time. Or filter train cars. Yeah, that is one way to do it. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do about quality science at this stage. That's going to be again up to other people, I think, to a large extent. Ooh, there we go. That's enough. I just need some more blue circuits. we shall see what people fancy when we get to that stage. Are you guys actually? No, you guys aren't running. Why are you not running? No wood juice. Okay, I forgot the wood juice. Oh, lag. Why are we lagging?
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, did you put down a massive blueprint?
Yes.
Okay, that's all right. As long as it's not something like my internet connection failing, I don't mind. Right, there we go. Let's double the blue circuit production, because if we're going to start shipping it out from here, we're going to need a lot more of that. At the moment, I'm kind of just increasing the production of everything with the intention of seeing what breaks first. Because I think it'd be quite nice. We have this vague idea of having Lignumis as being the main supplier of blue circuits, because you can make them quite easily. Although, that said, and I know you need gold for that. I was going to say if Mike gets the plastic running from this recipe, it might not be so necessary. But no, you still need gold, and it's probably not worth shipping that over. It's probably better turning it into blue circuits and shipping those over instead. Is that built yet? Yes, it is. Hang on a second. That was very quick. Did that get placed from the one that must have just been the one I just built? Oh, it's Mike flat looking, copying my workings.
So what have you done?
I can see what you're looking at, and I could see a sort of something flying around all over the screen. And after a couple of minutes, after it stopped moving for a second or two, I saw it had your name on it because it's where you're looking at.
Oh
yes,
yeah,
like
I was
that.
having a nose to see how you're doing up here.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I need to just. I had a brief moment of what on earth is that, and then I worked it out. Wow.
Okay, so the Cuprovidus nectar Nicator doesn't spoil when it's in the machine.
Correct. When it's sitting in the machine's output, it doesn't spoil. It spoils when it's sitting in the machine's input, but not when it's sitting in the machine's output.
Okay, that's a lot easier than I thought it was going to be.
I'm glad you think so. Yeah, maybe it is.
Well, the point is that as long as you can actually back up the system, like you have, you can use the dead stuff to make plastic. That's fine.
Yeah, the problem with the system I've built here for you is that if the system backs up and you stop then and everything dies, then you can't make any new. You will eventually run out of the input of the in order to make new stuff if everything's dead.
Which is where you want it so backed up that there's enough in the output buffers which is not spoiling to rejig the system.
I see what you mean. Yeah, potentially that could work. Oh, I see. So you don't have any. Yeah, you don't have the. You could have the chemical plants not unload if they've got less than 100 in them or something like that.
Yes, that's one way of doing it. I was more thinking like you've got a loop that goes round. Well, there's no way they can put stuff onto the loop, and so therefore they have, or at least the bottom three, have more than in. Wait,
I have not enough
are they
wood
different
juice.
recipes?
Need more wood juice.
Anyway, but yeah, the bottom three machines have got, or the bottom one's got 196 just in its output buffer, just sat there waiting.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. That does trivialise it rather. I'm trying to remember whether Gleba was the same on that. I don't remember.
Whether it is or not is,
Yeah.
I would contend a whole separate conversation.
Yeah, yes.
But yeah, no, I suppose from my point of view, that's true. If you're from your point of view, that has been your formative experience in learning how that mechanic works. And if it's not the same, then by default you just won't think about that because you've learned how to do it differently.
Or it might be
it's all new. So I'm looking at it going, where can I store this stuff that it doesn't
Doopy
do
says
great?
on Gleba things do spoil in the output, so this is different.
Okay, fair enough.
That's also very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that means I'm looking at it completely fresh-faced going, oh yeah, I can just use the output buffer as a way of keeping a fresh culture available to restart the system later. Whereas, interestingly, had we not had this conversation, when we get to Gleba, I would have just assumed...
Yes, and that could have been problematic.
You
can't assume on Gleba, that's dangerous.
Yeah. Yep. Hot metals is the same. You don't get spoilage in the output buffer.
Yes, I think we'd noticed it with hot metals, but I couldn't remember about Gleba because it's been quite a while since I was out there.
Yeah, but hot metals has that sort of in-world argument of course, it hasn't started. So the spoilage mechanic is about cooling there.
Yes.
in story terms, and therefore it
Yeah.
makes sense it's still in the furnace, so of course it hasn't started cooling.
Oh, absolutely, yes. This isn't going to work. What are you doing, Laurence? Right. Bring... Right, okay, let's do this differently. Right, so what we're trying to do over here is split that off there. I don't want to have any of this.
I would say one yellow belt or a red belt. So try to make it in ratios of a belt, Mike.
Yep. Okay.
Whatever it fits in a city block or in a double city block.
Will do. Thank you.
Do that. So that's going to be that's the fuel coming in. That's everything coming in order to make more 3 times as much wood juice. So that's good. I've just broken the steam supply to over here where we're making walls, which not the end of the world because we're not really making walls anymore. But I would prefer it to not be broken because at some point we'll probably need more walls. So how am I going to get that? How am I going to get steam through to there? I guess I could. This bit can be done like that. And a pipe across the top there. I could bring it in from over here, out the top here, and bring it round back down this side. But that feels unimaginative. I feel like it'd be better to bring it in like this. Put that there. That won't help though. Right, let's get rid of all of that. This can pop up here, go up there, like that. Remove that bit. Oop. Wait, what? No, don't remove that bit. Ah, too slow. Bring that up there, like that. There we go. And then I just need to put in an underground belt. I don't know what's happening here. That was probably powering. Oh, that was powering the radar. That's fine. Brilliant. Put that there and that there, and there we go. That's fixed. That's fixed everything. Except I've lost a radar from the middle of there, but I don't care about that. Right, there we go. So up here. Oh, and I need to put in all the inserters to run these machines as well. So like this. This probably should have been part of the blueprint. Really, that would have been much easier. But never mind. It's easy enough to drop them all in like this. Let's try and be consistent. Put them all in the middle. There we go. Now we have 3 times as many steam. They are still the steam assembly machines that are making the wood juice. So this maybe I should be bringing over a load of tier 2 assembly machines and using those, and perhaps some faster belts as well because. Actually, we're just filling up buffers at the moment. Once this catches up and starts running, I think we're probably we're going to be okay. There's not too much wood being passed through here, I don't think. But that is going to be 3 times as much wood juice. It's still not actually filling the tanks up here, but at least over here, wherever it is we're doing these things, yes, over here, we're able to Cooper Vida a little bit faster. And if we start using plastic, then yeah, all will be well.
Do you know why this ship is sending the barrels down automatically?
Because Mike
The
says step
request is on
2.
Nauvis.
Oh, yeah, okay, that.
Sorry, could you guys repeat that?
The request is on Nauvis. So that because spaceships generally don't want them.
Over here.
Sure, okay.
In this one.
Or specifically, Mike's spaceship didn't want them when he had to ship water up in barrels in order to make fuel.
Okay. Got
And
it,
you
thank you.
shouldn't push from a spaceship. Things tend to go badly.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mark,
Yes.
I'm assuming you don't believe that in overkill for the number of labs. Just squeeze in as many as I can fit in.
No. Just, I don't know, a reasonable amount of, like, I don't know, 30, 40, something.
Oh, I may have gone over that already. I've got 45 of ones that can each contain a size of 4 others. So I'm at 180.
Yeah, that's enough.
Are you going to go around to all the planets and make sure we can produce 180 labs worth of science packs?
It allows us to mass use ones that we have. quickly.
True. I mean, yes, it means we can throw science in as fast as we can, and the labs will always be able to keep up. Oh, yeah, I need to put these in there and there. I can't put them in here because
It feels less excessive when they're the big ones. But yeah, when I replace them with small ones that are basically less than a quarter of the size.
right. The bots
Okay,
are very
yeah.
stealthy on this planet. They keep doing things without me noticing, which is quite impressive. Oh, all right, I'll grab that by hand. That works too. Oh no, I did it. Oh, it was my personal bots did it. That's why it happened without me seeing the bots flying in, and I thought it was rather quick. Fair enough then. I didn't realise I had a load of these in my pockets. Right, so he needs a load of that, and he also needs a load of peat. Would you like me to just chuck your supplies when they come over, at least, in the landing pad, Mike?
Yeah, sure, thanks. And I'll pick it up later. Thank you.
That's all right. If we need an automated system in the future, it will be possible. It's certainly possible to put one together, but it will require a little bit of extra work on Lignumis because at the moment it's not really designed for. I haven't been designing it with automatic rockets in mind, shall we say? But it just means put in a few extra rocket silos. That's all, which isn't a big deal. Are we ready to launch things from Nauvis yet? If I asked for a large quantity of solar panels, that'd be okay. And accumulators. Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. Right. So, where's my ship? There's my ship. It is at Lignumis at the moment. That's good. I would like to send from Lignumis. I would like to. Oh, I need to actually build these rockets before I can do that. This is very, very slow because I've crammed it full of productivity modules, which are ruining the speed. Is that eight? 8 of them, yes. Eight productivity modules. So we're getting a. If I mouse over here, we can see that we're getting a productivity benefit bonus of 32%, which is pretty good. So each rocket only costs 3/4 of what it should cost, and they're half price anyway because we're on a small moon. But we've taken the speed down to I can't see speed. Oh, speed has gone down to 0.3, which is minus 40%. So it's really, really slow. Is that? That doesn't have a. That has a crafting speed of half as a normal default. Is this also crafting speed of half? Yeah, interesting. I don't know why the crafting speed is half on these things, but apparently it is.
Do we have any preferences for fuels?
For what?
I need to boil water to make steam.
Electric furnace?
Is there an
Since
electric
you're
furnace?
already importing wood for the process,
Can't burn
you
wood.
might want to crush that wood.
Oh, okay.
Into crushed wood, and that you can burn.
Yeah,
Sorry?
could do it that way. But yeah.
What was I doing? Oh yes, solar.
Yeah, electric boilers from some K2SE mod pack.
Yeah,
Come on.
that would be handy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is red boiler. I don't know what the difference is, but it's a boiler with copper plates attached to it.
There's also the
you
advanced
don't-
boiler. That's a Maluna thing, but that's for burning. That's when you need to feed in an atmosphere. So you don't want that.
Yeah, I looked at that. It's what specifics I need steam. What it is, I looked at steam and said, what does it get generated by? Boilers, heat exchangers, and space boiler legacy. So yeah, either a heat exchanger or a boiler is my option.
Right, I'm going to attempt to take stuff from Nauvis. Let's see how this goes. Drum
Have
roll.
fun.
I hope so. Right, I have reached Nauvis.
Requested here.
And I'm looking out for a flood of bots that might be carrying stuff over. There are rocket silos. Oh yes, yes. So we've got as Mark said, we've got the request there. That's good.
Yeah, and a lot of bots is coming here.
Oh. Ah yes. They're not showing up. I had bots turned off. I could have sworn I saw bots, and then I don't know what I was seeing, but I had bots turned off. Yeah, I don't know what I was seeing, but I thought I saw some bots, and they weren't. And I thought I saw some construction bots, but not the logistics bots. So I got confused. Probably have quite a lot. Yes, quite a lot of the rockets are now asking for stuff because I've asked for several rocket loads worth of everything. So we should get quite a lot of rocket launches in quite quick succession, which would be quite cool. Depending on, assuming we have, well, yeah, we must have the stock of all of these of the solar panels and the accumulators. Otherwise, we wouldn't be the rockets wouldn't be requesting them. So it's just up to the number of logistics spots we can have shipping everything over. That's nice. That's working well. In the meantime, we can wait for these. Oh, this is so slow because we have no power. We can wait for the rockets to be built down here, and then once my ship flies back over, it can take the pick up the stromatolite and the peat from these two rocket silos, fly back again, and then I can finish this belt here. And we can start setting these silos up to ship the steam science packs over en masse as well. Not that they're actually needed yet, but you know we'll want them sooner or later. How is wood juice going? We're making it ever so slightly faster than we're using it, so that's a start, I suppose. I do want to boost the gold circuit production, although that is the blue circuit production, although that is also made from wood juice. I think we're going to have to boost that even further. I could bring over, and I probably should bring over, more advanced science assembly machines. The problem is, if I put in a tier 2 assembler, which is our current state of the art, because we haven't invented 3s yet, if I put in one of these guys and tell it to make wood juice, wherever that is, there we go, wood juice. I don't get the pass through on this one, so I'll have to redesign the system from what I've got working from what I've got working over here. That's not a problem, but it is just things are going to have to be a bit different. So I'll probably set that up somewhere else. Also, I think I'm going to need to upgrade this belt along here, probably to a red one, to get a lot more wood through in order to juice a lot more of it. The gold production seems to be keeping up quite happily. I'm pleased with that. I was going to say all of the furnaces are running. That's not quite true. Half the furnaces are running, and then the ones over here are running. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Why are you not running? Are you full up with moist? You are full up with moist. Let's take the moist out.
Mark,
Yes.
do you have any requests as to which items to start crafting first in the mall, or should I just go through and make sure everything is being crafted?
Yeah, just either go through the tab and
Do
add
everything.
everything that's there, or just start from the left side of our current mall and just remove everything. So I would ask you to remove the things that are built by your system and not longer by the other one.
So repeat that again.
Yeah, for example, if you have heat exchangers built in your system, remove this setup over here.
Mm-hmm.
So that you reduce...
So how does the blueprint work? Does it also restore items that are above the?
Why is that one-sided?
No, I don't think it does.
Because that's why when I built this, that's why I use the yellow chest, because it automatically stores those things. So when I deconstruct this one, it would then be moved to that chest. Would you like that instead? Instead of using the red chests.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we could do that. Yep.
Cool, I'll do that.
What?
do I change
Probably going to
the
break
red
it.
chest to a yellow
risk
one
it.
in the blueprint?
Place it somewhere. Replace the chests with the other
Right,
one,
okay.
and then say. Someone place an LTN station?
Oh yeah, in this blueprint. And then it was the fact that I demolished it was the problem.
Okay.
I demolished it with a deconstruction planner over everything in it. So I suspect it was removing the lamp or the combinator
Yeah.
that upset it.
Right, so there we go. So I've tidied things up a little bit around here. So what this has allowed me to do... Oh no, I've lost a supply of gold
Do we
that's coming
have
in.
instructions for setting up a
go.
station?
Yes.
Excellent. Where are they?
There's a game blueprint.
So I can then remove that.
Blueprint
So
book.
I've put down the blueprint book from the thing.
There's a current version in the game blueprint in the blueprint library,
Yep.
and there is a request on the provider over there.
Thank you. So is it literally once it's used the parameterized thing, it just works?
Yeah.
Okay. So in that case, I need to find a train that accepts wood. Yeah.
No.
No, it should just happen.
Yeah. Just
Is there wood on the train system?
yes.
Ooh.
Here.
There are many, many things on the train system.
Is the fact that that's got a little one sort of symbol provider thing an indicator?
That's an indicator that it hasn't been set up properly.
Oh dear. Okay, no,
Right.
it's just-
I
at least it's not
think,
me that's got it wrong this time.
I think I've got all of that right and probably working now. So there's a tangle in here that was making sure that we got fuel on one side and gold ore on the other, despite
Right,
gold ore
one
coming in
way.
from over here and over here. And because the way the underground was squeezed in, I couldn't get all the moist stromatolite gunge through. But now I've been able to use both sides of the belt, so that should help pull through all of this from over here, speeding up the flow of the gold ore and basically just unclogging the system and allowing the growing to grow a little bit more growthfully. That's the hope, anyway. Oh, and down here isn't even hooked into it. These ones aren't even hooked into the system. Okay, well, let's add those in then.
Mark, the parameter, how do you set that to the yellow chest to make sure that that is
That's that should be 0. The purple 0 symbol.
There. Right.
So if I place this blueprint now here, oh, doesn't look as nice as when you had it. What did I fuck up?
Okay, that should significantly increase the throughput of the gold ore. However, I don't think we've been having shortages of gold ore over here, so it's probably not going to actually make a significant difference. But, you know, might as well give it a try. Might as well add that little bit more throughput in and get a bit more flowing in over here. Right. More importantly, at this point, we'll probably have done all those rocket launches from Nauvis. That means the Laurence's ship is going to. Let's give it a different name. Let's call it the Bagel, because why not? It calling it the Bagel feels more reasonable than referring to it as the Lawrence's. So, or the Laurence. Okay, fly back over to Lignumis, which is not far. Once we get there, I can unload those. And
Mark,
those.
do you have your OG blueprint? Because I seem to have misplaced it. I might have stolen it from the game blueprint.
You have stolen it, and nope, I don't have it.
Fuck.
I have done that once or twice myself. Not in this particular game, but yes, I have this amazing ability to lose blueprints, which is very, very frustrating. I'm glad it's not just me, though. 1, 2.
Let me check. No, I don't have it anywhere, I think.
I wonder how many of these I've got. Let's find out.
Nope,
So
sorry.
I have the new one. If I add it to the game blueprints, could you look at it and try to help
Yep,
me solve that one?
We can go into a side channel if you want, side plotting, and
Yeah, sure.
talk about that.
How many was that? That was 260. Can't remember how many I brought. Probably fewer than that. Right, now let's also get rid of those. And then... So what coverage area have you got? Right, let's copy... Put some more of these in like that. I don't care. Put them down anyway. Right, and another row along the bottom, another row along the... Well, that's not what I meant to put in. That is... Right, so that's full coverage for a substation. So we come along here, we go, okay, that makes perfect sense, but why are I was going to say, why are these so close? They're not actually so close. Put some more of those in there. Okay, that has probably tripled my number of accumulators, which probably is going to be enough, but let's put some more down anyway, just in case, like that. Yeah, they do link together. Those don't link. Why are they not linking? Oh, because they're not directly vertically above each other. Right, so that goes there, and that goes there. There we go. That's better. Now they're actually connected together. I don't know if I've got the if I've got the substations for this. Seems happy actually. Seems I think I've got everything I need. I am missing 343 construction bots though, so you know what? This is going to be a let's just leave them to it thing. I don't think I actually need quite this much solar, to be honest. Maybe I should...
It might not tell you you're missing stuff if you're missing construction bots.
Okay. Yeah, these aren't lighting up actually, so I may be short of... We'll let that run. Worst case, I can borrow some from somewhere else and go. I don't know. Maybe I don't need quite so much solar because I think I've gone a bit over the top with the solar. Now it's daytime. That's not plugged into my electric network. Now, why are you not plugged? Oh, for goodness sake, these are slightly too far apart. Ah. I need to. Yeah. I forget that. Yes, you. The substations will cover this many solar panels, but they're slightly too far apart to actually connect together. I assume if I move that up, it's not a... Well, disconnect the wires then. What? Yeah, I think I need to move all of this up one. Take that and place it Angry Ghost there. And then another Angry Ghost down here. And then normal strips of normal solar there, Angry Ghost there, and there. Right, and I'm probably got too many down the bottom there. Yes, I have. So remove 2 rows of that as well. Okay, so sort that out. There we go. Yes, the inks. You're quite right. Wood belts are incredibly slow, but they're probably enough for what we're doing at the moment. Probably. There are a few places like the wood I was talking about upgrading and so on, but I've managed to pull through virtually all of the moist stromatolite now. That's now a little bit more tidied up. Oh, I see. We're putting it onto one side of the belt here because we're unloading the peat like that onto the other side of the belt. Okay, so I need to leave that as is. But along here, it's quite nice to be able to have a little bit more capacity for throwing this into. Now this should... Oh, I see. We are actually unloading this box. I think we don't need to load the box back up again. Let's stop doing that. And let's stop doing that. And we'll just pass it all round here. I don't need that as a buffer. All the gold growers are growing. Yeah, seems to be all right. Okay, and we are making rockets over here. Oh, we've run out of rocket fuel. Why have we run out of rocket fuel? That was the thing we had loads of before. Is this a power? Is this a power problem? Yes, it is. We have a very major power problem. Is that because it's not? It is because it's night. Okay, fine. Oh, it's because it's night, and we've been doing a bit of a bot frenzy. We've had a lot of bots flying around, so we're very sure. Look at the power drop off there. Yeah, so we have put in a load of extra solar panels, but then night happened, so it plummeted Now it's dawn, so we're suddenly getting power. That's going up. We are putting massive amounts of power into the laser cannons to charge them back up again. But there we go. They've recovered. Then into the roboports for the same reason, and they are still recovering by the looks of it. But yeah, things are getting much, much better. Everything's kicking back in. We've now got... Oh, and there we go. Now we're charging up the... now we're charging accumulators. Sweet. So we are there. We've got enough power to power the factory for the day. We're just now trying to dump spare power into the accumulators before night falls. And day-night cycle is pretty short on this planet. But look how much of a jump we've got there. That's gone from slightly less than 10 to a bit more than 20. So we've more than doubled the amount of power being generated now. So that's really good. Accumulator capacity has also, well, it should have gone up. Yeah, there we go. So it's gone from about 250 megajoules to about 1,000 gigajoule now. That's a big improvement. We're still dropping in accumulators because I brought loads of them over. That's excellent. This is what we like to see. Power is now... I'm not going to say power is a solved problem because I'm sure we'll find a way to run out again on this planet a bit later on. But for now, it's looking pretty good. We'll keep an eye on it, see how things go. But now we should be able to start running again. Yeah, so over here we are now starting to produce the rocket fuel a bit more readily. I may need to put in more machines to be doing that. At the moment, three of them was enough when we were just getting started. It's clearly not enough now. And I doubled these ones. Let's put these in up here, opposite those, so they can run off the same bottle of wood juice, same pipe of wood juice. Sorry, like that. There we go. I may end up putting in more and more up here. There's plenty of room. That's fine. Same with the blue circuits. Actually, they're not keeping up either. The wood pulp does seem to be keeping up quite well. We've got up to 3,000 in the tanks over there. That's pretty good. You don't need to be an underground. That's just a copy-paste shenanigan. I think the next thing to do is going to be, honestly, it's going to be make more and more of this step, because that does seem... I'm probably this step as well, actually, because that seems to be the slow point at the moment. Who's blooping? It is Nauvis. We've lost a wall. And we've possibly run out of Mark II assembly machines. We'll wait and see.
It's the Dragon's Teeth.
Okay, yeah. So it's sort of what they're there for, I suppose. I'm going to put in some more of this because I feel like we need it. So that goes, yep, there. Boink, boink, boink. I think I may have been a little bit wasteful with pylons up the middle of that. We're going to need to... Probably going to have to bring in more of those. I'm tempted to remove all of the pylons up the middle here and then see if it's a problem. Or every other pylon, at least, like that. See how that goes. See if it's a problem. If it is, I'll put more pylons in. That's not a problem. Oh, and we need more up here as well. This is kind of annoying, but I have to have 2 rows of pylons up here to power everything. But Celevi, what can you do? I suppose I could... Let's remove these again and then put them back in again in the same way as I did with the other ones. So the first one needs to be... Well, it needs to power that inserter at the bottom there, so I need to start there. Go up like that. Okay. Right, we'll let that build. I don't know what we're going to run out of stuff doing this, I'm sure, because I'm throwing in a lot more stuff we haven't brought the resources over for yet. But we do need more of all of this, in fact, and we probably need more of these as well. So, you know what, while I'm at it, while I'm quadrupling everything, let's do this one as well. I don't think we're going to be producing low-density structures en masse on this planet. Maybe we will, I don't know. But I think there's a decent chance we might decide we want to use the system for producing the gold circuits. We want to use the gold recipe for the blue circuits en masse to produce blue circuits, because we're going to need quite a lot of them in general. We are getting through a lot of peat here, which is a little bit of a concern, because this patch is only 109,000 now. And there isn't really another good supply of peat around. There's a 200,000 over there. That's not very much. It's almost not worth expanding out to get that. 300,000 down here. 165 over. Yeah, these are all really small patches. So I worry a bit that we're trying to run this entire factory off a very, very small peat mine, and that's going to be a problem fairly soon. Power, I think this expansion, I feel, should be sufficient, that even with all the new buildings, we should be okay. Now I'm saying things like should and probably and maybe and so on. Okay, night has fallen, so we'll find out. Power is going down. And we're starting to pull in power from the accumulators. We've still got lots and lots of power. We've still got 75% of the power, maybe 80% of the power left in there. Accumulators seem to have maxed out. The night is very, very short on this planet, happily, as I've said. There we go. Dawn is dawning. We're still running from the accumulators, though, because dawn is only just... It's still kind of it's still a little bit gloomy out there. Power is coming up. And there we go. The accumulators have gone back to sleep, so now we can charge them back up again. Yes, we're now charging the accumulators. So, yep, this seems to be sufficient. Did they? Yeah, there was a dip there. Maybe I did a load of roboportery. Or maybe I broke a... there's a drop in the solar there. That must have been a... I don't know what caused that. Could have been a substation in the wrong place? No, I don't know. I don't know why that happened. But it was a weird drop in solar that caused the accumulators to kick in. So as long as that doesn't happen again, we're probably okay. We shall see what happens there. Right. My concern with this is that we are getting through a lot of peat in order to make the rocket fuel, and... Is it just the rocket fuel? If I hypothetically came in here and set everything here to be electric assemblers instead of steam or burner assemblers. Yeah, this is just wood, so that's fine. We can make the wood juice, no problem there. We can make the... We can ignore all of this. The low density structures is just wood, gold, and plastic. Copper cable, gold is just steam and wood juice, and yeah. The only thing that's using, if I switch everything over to being and the stromatolite starter kits, not stromatolite, the Courier Vetus, these things, and the rocket fuel are the only things that use peat. If I can stop using peat elsewhere for powering inserters and assembly machines and stuff like that, so that's probably worth doing at some point. Just going through and switching all of my assembly machines over to assembly machine 2s, and then thinking very, very hard about all of the ones that are running off steam, and all of the inserters over to blue inserters as well. That's going to be quite a big job. There was a big spike. Yeah, you're probably right. Let's have another look. Big spike at red. It was the rocket silos. So maybe it was a rocket launched causes a big spike in power usage. That still doesn't explain why. That still doesn't explain why there's a drop in solar production. The rocket blotted out the sun as it went up? You don't know. I do know, though, that it's time for the bagel to stop requesting those, but to go over to Nauvis and request a lot of assembly machine 2s. Like 200 is probably a number. Port from Nauvis, yes. And... a large quantity of these. Let's have 200 of those as well. And a large quantity of blue inserters. Not 50. 300 of those. Ship all of those up. Drop that down. Drop that down. Enjoy, Mike. Don't eat it all at once.
Thank you.
No problem. Oh, solar production dropped because the accumulators were fully charged. Of course it did. That makes sense. Thank you. I knew it had to be something really obvious that I was just being oblivious to. So looking back over here, we'll see that every day. So, so consumption, so production dropped, and then it spiked back up again because the rocket launch used loads and loads of power, and the accumulators provided the extra little bit there, and then they provided an extra little bit over here for the second rocket launch. Yeah, okay, yep, that makes perfect sense. But we've got enough now easily to, when it's quiescent, when we're not launching rockets, we've easily got enough to provide the power for the to charge the accumulators back up, and those can easily keep it going overnight. But when we actually do launch rockets, we see a little bit more of a dip, but it does seem to generally be okay. I think there's enough headroom there, but I can always increase it later. And since I'm about to switch a load of machines over from being peat to being electrical, there's going to be a bit of an increase from that, at least, isn't there? Yes. Switching these over from steam to electric is also going to be fun. Yeah, you are quite right, Regular, and I should have realised. I should have realised that production dropped off because there wasn't enough demand to take it, but I didn't apparently. And we've run out. Yeah, we've run out of pylons as well now, so that's not going to be helping. We do seem to be catching up with rocket fuel production, even if it does mean we've used up nearly all of the wood pulp, so that's good. Oh, I should bring more good belts over as well for the bagel. So yes, I would still like to have... Oh, we've got 24 on here for some reason. I would like to have another... You know what? I'm going to make that 1,000. And the undergrounds to go with them. Not a huge... Don't need a huge number of those, but I do need some. Huh. There are... Okay, we are probably making a host on the way 0. On the planet, 630, 600 there. Yeah, that's okay, that's okay. Yeah, it's just we haven't got the rockets available for those yet, I think, because I'm ripping through the rockets so quickly. Yes, there we go. They're all stopped and waiting for... Oh, we've run out of blue circuits. Nauvis has run out of blue circuits. Which are being made... I saw this last time. Oh, here we go. Blue circuits over here, which have run out of red circuits. No, run out of green circuits. That's unexpected. I was expecting it to be red circuits because of plastic, but no, there's plenty of red circuits. Green circuits. Green circuits have run out of copper. Right, okay. It's a very green train going through there with some, well, green circuits on it, unsurprisingly. Copper over here.
That's a very long trail.
Yeah, it was quite a long trail now you mention it. I think that's even longer than they were before. Have you accidentally made them longer instead of shorter?
I changed it to short, I think it was.
Gosh. So, I have exciting news. We have reached that point of a Factorio playthrough where copper is going to be a shortage forevermore.
No, it's reverted back to default. I don't know why.
Oh, okay. So we've got copper crushing happening nicely here. We've got copper cooking happening nicely here. It's running through and being loaded into the chests. I think we just need more throughput, more copper. Ooh, can I make a city block?
An empty one or one with something in?
I want to copy this copper production block over into the one next to it and say make me more copper, because that seems to be the shortage at the moment.
That would seem logical.
Oh, they've gone off somewhere else to discuss things where I won't interrupt them, haven't they?
Yeah.
You know, I'm just going to do it. We need the copper. I sound like the guy from Lock Stock who went out to buy some scales and turns up with a semi-conscious girl and a bag of fertilizer at the where they're growing the weed, and he gets told off for it. We need more copper. Right, so that has been set up. Yep, that's been set up as a drop-off station for the copper, for the crushed copper. There is a green cable going in here, so that's set up correctly. At the other end, There are green cables going in here, I think. So that should be set up correctly. We've got a copper plate thing in there. I might ask Mark to take a look at this anyway, just to make sure I have not done something dumb. But I think I've set that up correctly. And now there's a flotilla of bots heading off that way.
I think it should just be a copy paste. And
It should be. Oh, absolutely, it should be. I just paranoid. Right. Okay. So that's probably working. More smelting in the block is. Yeah. The problem is if we put more smelting into the block, then I don't know if we'd have enough unloading. I think because we're using blue inserters, and if we switch these over to green inserters, then we probably wouldn't have enough drop-off capacity from the trains. So this is the speed we are doing smelting. Yeah, we could fit more smelting into this block, but I think we're kind of deliberately not. I think. Again, not my planet. I don't really want to fiddle with it too much.
On Nauvis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we are currently on red belt, so we will expand at one point.
But the thing is, here, for example, if we use green inserters on the output, we could probably manage to get 3 red belts coming out of here.
Yeah, but we don't have train stackers, so they won't have the train throughput.
Yeah, agreed. So that was approximately what I was saying, but I think you were in the other room at the time. So I've just ordered this to be built because we have a shortage of copper plates around the factory, and that seemed like the logical way to deal with it. I think I just copied and pasted it from the one right next door, so I'm pretty confident that even I've probably managed to get it right. It's just now it's now that sort of 3-day wait for the bots to go. Oh, okay, yeah, we'll go and build that as well if you insist. Because I was waiting for rockets launches to happen, and we've run out of blue circuits because we've run out of green circuits because we've run out of copper. So it ground to a halt a little bit.
It's progress if it's not oil anymore, but copper.
That's true. Yeah, it is a different thing is causing the bottleneck, which is absolutely progress. You're quite right. I'm going to fly this back to Lignumis and unload what I have got. Because these, I've got the assembly machines now, so I can do some big upgrades over there. Switch everything over to electricity, so we can stop using quite so much peat for fueling things. I think I just dropped something I didn't mean to drop, but never mind. Send those as well. Right, so down on Lignumis, I'm going to create... I'm going to edit this upgrade planner, so get rid of that and that. Right, so we're going to be going from burner assembly machines to assembly machine 2s. We're also going to do steam assembly machines to assembly machine 2s. And I'm going to be very careful about this. Citation needed. We're going to go from burner inserters to blue inserters. We're going to go from long burner inserters to red inserters. And I think that should be enough to basically do the upgrades that I want to do here. I'm going to have to do a bit of careful thinking about some of the blocks, like the ones that are actually using the steam. But I think this should allow me to do most of what I want to do.
This was not nice.
Sophia was turned into a pancake by a locomotive inverted moon goat. Is that our first train death?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Congratulations,
it's
I think.
First player kill, so yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, so all of that ammunition, that can be straight upgraded. That's easy. It's not going to be powered, but all the machinery in there can be upgraded. That's fine. The steam science in here is going to be more complicated because I'm going to need to start feeding steam up the side of it. So this I will rebuild. This little mall area in here, that's going to be fine. That can all be upgraded to modern tech. This big mall area in the middle here, well, we don't actually need the lumber production. So I'll probably, because it's being made over here more efficiently. So I will demolish that. I blame Mike. I should get this back out again and upgrade. Yes, all of this. This is all. All of this is doing is making solids. There's no steam involved in any of this. So over to here. This is making radars. It doesn't need steam for the recipe. It's just a steam assembly machine to be slightly more efficient. So all of that can be upgraded. This, however, needs steam for the recipe, I believe. So we won't. I'll come back to these as well. Those again also are just steam assembly machines for efficiency and speed. This area over here is no longer needed. So I don't think we need the wooden rockets anymore. So I can demolish all of that. These I am still using those, which is a bit tragic, but never mind. Right, over here, crushers, chemical plants. All this is already modern stuff, I think. Oh no, here we go. All of this blue science, that can be upgraded. Because there's no need for... We don't need steam in any of these machines. We don't need steam for this recipe. We're only using steam in order to run the machines. I'm pretty sure... Let me citation needed myself on that one, actually, because that is the sort of thing that I could see being weird. No, that's fine. That is just made in a steam or a... Oh, heck. No, that's not going to work. Right. That has to be done in a steam assembly machine or an EM plant.
Do we have personal trains anywhere?
Yes.
Personal, no. Passenger, yes.
Oh, right, yeah.
There you go.
So this still needs to be steam, but that's okay, actually. These being steam is okay apart from the speed they run at. And the speed they run at appears to be sufficient at the moment. The only reason to upgrade those to these ones is because these run at a speed of 0.75 and these run at a speed of 0.5. So actually, it's only a 50% increase to getting to these ones. That's not that big a deal. Okay, so that's pretty good. So we've got an increase there. I need to now go along here and find all the places where things are not... Well, basically where this has happened. This is entirely expected, but everything is broken over here because I switched over from burner to electric and didn't put in the pylons to run everything. So we'll come down here like this. And then up here like this, I guess. And through here like this. Right, so that area is now all powered. Over here, I'm going to need them up both sides. But that's fine. I have the pylons for that. There's a lot of reconstruction going on over here. Okay, this is making... Yeah, this is where we're making the basic circuits. Fine. That isn't... It's not going to reach out both sides. Fine. Or either side, actually. So this is going to have to be a triple row there. There. And there. Similarly over here. Actually, these can go up the middle of here like this. This is going to be a bit easier because there's a bit more spacing in between these machines. Fine, do that. And then up here have that and that. That seems to be alright. I'll have to come back along here again and check because, well, clearly that one is not going to be powered. We'll put another one in there. Over here, yeah, we need power for that and that. Okay, that should be everything, but there's probably going to be some I've missed. We'll wait for the bot frenzy to finish up. While we wait for the bot frenzy to finish up, let's do a little bit of looking in the chests of shame and seeing what we want to do with those. I should probably be having the bots do this, really, but it's going to be quicker to do it myself, probably. I believe so. Yes, there's plenty of... There's at least a quantity of pylons. I'm not going to say plenty, but there are definitely some. Right, so over here, I would like to take away all of that, really. All of that is useful stuff. All of that is useful stuff. Pipes can stay. The bots can go in there. Actually, let's have one of those myself. All of that's useful. Some of that. Spoilage is not so useful, nor is the radar. I suppose I could find somewhere to burn the spoilage. A little peat, could put that in somewhere. But that's all going to go somewhere. I don't know if I'm using coal for anything. It could burn somewhere, I suppose. The circuit boards will, though. Taking away all the gold ore. Some science packs here. I feel like that's useful, but not right now. Burner drills, not so useful. Ha! There's some spare wooden rocket silos over here. That's handy in a not very handy way. Ooh, real construction robots, sweet. I'll have those. Right, and the rest of all of this is just is miscellaneous junk being unloaded. Okay, so I think I'm going to feel pretty happy about just doing that to get rid of it. What has happened over here? Oh, whatever that was doing had to be steam powered. Oh dear. What were you even doing? I don't know. Oh, you're making radars. Okay, you know what? I think I don't care about radars. We'll do that. We'll do the radars with oops. We'll do the radars with the roboports from now on. That's a much better way of doing them. Oh, there's a wooden rocket silo is being emptied. That's why that was taking so long. Let's clear that out and let the bots just get on with more useful things. I come along here. I can clear out a load of gold plates from my inventory. The gold ore, I guess I'll come over to here and put it into all of the crushers like this and this. There we go. Nice. I suppose the gold stromatolite seeds, I can't put them into these machines. I could put them into... I could put them in the outputs of these machines. That's a little bit cheeky. But like this. It's a little bit manual as well. I was expecting to be able to control click and have those go across, but apparently not. Oh yeah, this is all burner inserters all the way through here. And these are probably going to keep being burner inserters because I don't think I can easily get... It's going to be difficult to get power in here without messing up the... without reducing the amount of stuff I can grow. Got some dead Cupravidas. Got some moist stromata stuff. Those can go in those. There we go. Let's get rid of that. Okay, things are a little bit tidier now. Oh, and there is one inserted down at the bottom here that is not a happy bunny. You can have some power. I should have some of these in my inventory so I can just slap them down a bit more sensibly. Right, since we're not actually using steam science at the moment, I'm thinking I might take the opportunity to do a rebuild here. I also might flip the... Wait, what? Why do you not have a supply of... Oh, okay, oops. Do that. Carry on making ammunition up here then. I kind of think I'd rather move this ammunition production from here into this space, and then I can just build the steam science production in here a bit more neatly. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll break that. Break. We don't need any of this. Okay, we'll let that run until it runs out. Then it is just this side, isn't it? Yes, we've got wood coming in here, and then ammunition coming out on the other side. So down here, this doesn't need to have a peat supply anymore. Pizza ply. Yes, it's a multi-layered pizza. It's a 2-ply pizza, or yes, I don't know. It's getting late, and therefore I'm starting to say nonsense. No, Mike, you don't need to say your obvious response to that. Right, so let's cut this from here, and we'll put that in down here, like no, like this, and then we'll run that in there. So that's my wood input. Yes, wood input, ammunition output. This entire belt can go. That can go because it's ridiculous. That can go. Oh, can it go? Where does it even go? That is genuinely ridiculous. Okay, get rid of that and that and that. We do need a feed of peat going out onto the ammo belt because all of the inserters for the turrets are burner ones. I'm not going to replace all of those, at least not yet. However, this belt down here is also nonsense because we've switched over to powered, electrically powered inserters now. So all of that is nonsense. This bit is excessive. We'll remove that. Right, and so this is where the ammunition feed is going to. So that's this belt. Don't do that. This belt comes up here and then across here. And in there, like that. Fine. Lovely. And this wooden belt here. Why is there... Oh, this is the wooden belt for the ammunition. So this goes away as well.
I have returned after an unsuccessful spider hunt for the wife.
Oh, you couldn't
I
even...
say an unsuccessful spider hunt. Strictly speaking...
Poor woman not
goes,
getting a spider.
Yeah, basically, yeah. She goes, the spider was, she says, too big to put under a cup. I saw it saw me, and it just ran. And I was like, oh, well, it's gone under the bed this time. I can't get to it.
You heard a thunder of hooves as it ran away, did you?
Basically, yeah. So she's not happy with me right now.
Fair enough.
She said,
Well-
one of us is sleeping on the sofa tonight. She says, I was like, wait, well, put it this way if you don't want to go near the spider. It's not going to be me, is it? Oh, dear.
I do have some news. My Vulcanus ship is finished.
Oh,
Nice.
Nice.
that is indeed
It's,
news.
It is lacking some water, but you know, slowly and but steadily, it's filling up.
Am I going to have to make another video thumbnail for next week then? One that shows Vulcanus.
Well, if we head over there, yeah.
Woohoo!
But I'm busy
are you
doing
broken
the
again?
bot mall.
Oh.
But I could try. I would like to try it out to just send it out into hostile
Yeah.
territory.
Well, it just cleared itself out, so that's good.
Look, the ammo's sorted on there. It's just filling up with water to be ready to produce more.
Oh.
Yep.
Alright, there was a bit of an interruption in the gold supply. The moisture stromatolites jammed up. Okay, where was I? Yes, so right, and then my next thing up, right, so I want to ship some steam science out. I guess I'll just fill a couple of rockets up. That's the thing I can do. Because I want to drain this belt here, so that I can then demolish all of this without ending up with quite so much stuff being transported around. Wowzer, there is a lot of peat in boxes over here. Okay. Where's that being fed to? Okay, that's being fed out to the defences. I suppose I could leave that in as a sort of a nice emergency system. I guess. There we go. Science is flowing. Oh, I've run out of blue inserters. Pfft. Of all the things to run out of. Dragging across these didn't do a very good job of making sure everything was powered. I am disappointed. Alright, I think it's time to send the bagel back over to Nauvis and try and pick up some more of that. Try and pick up the rest of the stuff that I was hoping for. How much do I have on Lignumis? How much belt do I have on Lignumis? 1, 2. Okay, I don't need more undergrounds or more thingy bobs. What's it? So let's cancel that and that. But we'll try and get those two in. I think I might have got some more anyway because I wasn't quick enough there. But it does sound like Nauvis is now... Yes, there we go. We've got some blue circuits in, so we've made some rockets. So now we can have another logistics bot frenzy, bringing all of the belt parts over that I want, and we can launch them up. Ooh, what's going on? Is this them? No, this is glass and iron plates. Don't know what that's for. I guess it's... Oh, maybe it's being pulled out of the... Oh, is it going into a... Saphira is making an enormous number of lights.
Sorry, I lost you there.
I said you're making an enormous number of lights. I'm wondering just how many we need.
This is just experimenting for the design of the mall.
Right. Okay. You just it's just you have a lot of iron plates and a lot of glass headed your way. So I just wondered if you're aware.
It'll get used up eventually. It's fine. Maybe I should
maybe.
copy something else.
Does this have an? Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking. Singularity APOC. Where this is an overhaul. This is Space Age plus a load of mods that will give you lots of extra planets. So I've got quite a few planets to play with at the moment. Should keep us out of trouble for a little while. There's a full mod list. Actually, if you where's Steam? Twitch. Here's Twitch. If I think it's mod list is the new command. Mod list. There we go. There's the mod list for you. Yeah, we will take the. I suspect we will. The Vulcana ship probably won't be going anywhere tonight, but next week I think it probably will be. So yes, there'll be that level of excitement. And yeah, I probably have missed out at least one pylon. I'm sort of letting things finish and subside and do what they will for a little while before I go and do too much tidying. There's no power over here. I'll worry about that when I. Why are you not running? Oh, no blue inserters. I'll worry about the lack of power up there once I've got the white science up and sciencing in a slightly more sciencey way. I don't think I needed to put peat in all the things I put peat in, but never mind. Okay, I'm going to pick this one up by hand because I'm going to end up with a lot of peat in my inventory, and I feel like that way I can try and put it somewhere vaguely sensible. If I pick up all of this as well, then I can just put the gold into these machines and we'll get through it a little bit more quickly. Or alternatively, even distribution will fail me and put it all into the same machine. There we go. I hope it's one for... No, it's two for each... Oh, bother. Never mind. We'll let those run. We'll let them get rid of their science packs and we can then feed... Then we let that run through and then I can upgrade this to be making... to be a more modern recipe. So essentially what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to put in one of these. This is where I find out that these can't make the gold science, the steam science, isn't it? Now we know they can. So we have that. And then I rotate it like that. And then we'll take the gold in on one side, the steam in on the other, and output the gold on the same side. So all we need to have over here then is an in and an out like that. And that's it. Oh, and pipes up the side, of course. Simple as that. How many machines have I got making the... At the moment, actually, it doesn't matter. I need to make 1.5 per second. So at the moment, it's currently this will produce 0.07 a second. I need to get that up to 1.5. That's going to be quite a lot. It's 7 into what 150. So about 22 machines should do that. But I want to drain this first. Draining this is a slow process.
Disappeared.
Oh. As in dropped out of the game, disappeared.
No, he wants Mark to...
Yep.
Oh, I see. That sort of disappeared. Right, get rid of all of that. And that. And we don't need a steam pipe round the top. And we're just using up that last little bit of gold that I chucked in all these machines earlier. Oh no, can't get rid of those yet because that's where the steam supply is coming from. No problem, no problem, APOC. You're welcome. Can we hurry up and just use up all the remaining gold that I chucked in all of these, please? This is taking far too long. It's keeping the bots busy at least, but I mean that's not necessarily a particularly useful thing. You know what? bored of watching that, let's go over and have a look at the bagel. See what it's doing at the moment. It is waiting for fast inserters. What is Nauvis doing? Waiting to have logistics bots that aren't all just bringing glass and iron to Sophia. Fair enough. All right, so we've got red belts coming in. We've got blue inserters coming in, and that's basically it. We're just loading over here, and then at some point in the hopefully not too distant future, we'll have a mass rocket launch, and then we'll have a lot of stuff available. And we can fly back over to Lignumis and start rebuilding things. I'm deliberately bringing a lot of red circuits over, even though I'm not technically using them at the moment, because I can just tell that fairly soon I'm going to need a lot more capacity for a lot of this stuff that I'm trying to make, especially as I keep talking about trying to make blue circuits on Lignumis for potentially for export, because there are going to be other planets where it's going to be difficult to make blue circuits. Now, I imagine it's going to be possible to make blue circuits on all of the sort of the mid-tier planets, so Vulcanus and Gleba and Fulgora. Certainly you can make them on all of those, and then probably on all of the other planets that are meant to be the modded planets that are meant to be at the same sort of tier of difficulty. They're all sort of, I think the planets are all generally going to be pretty self-sufficient. But there's also going to be quite a lot. But also there's going to be some of those planets where it's going to be difficult to make them at a decent rate, and we're going to want to import them. And if I can get Lignumis to a state where it can export them reasonably nicely, then it's going to make things a little bit easier. We won't have to be pulling them off Nauvis, where, as you can see, we're making the blue circuits over here. He's been causing us some issues for various reasons, due to lack of oil and then lack of copper, and conveniently, making them over on Lignumis doesn't use either of those. So, fingers crossed, that'll be a good way to do things. Oh, we've got a couple of lost trains. Hello.
So, just preparing for the next stream and maybe perhaps Volcanus, I would like to test out the ship.
Ooh.
Would it be possible to research Volcanus so I can fly back and forth a couple of times? Is that okay for the stream, or do you guys want to wait?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, we could we could draw the line at don't do planetfall, basically, and then you can.
Yeah, exactly.
You can
I'm not even going to be on the ship. It's just going to be going solo.
So that's going to run in the new lab setup.
Ooh.
Because.
Oh, you want to ping now? Nice.
I could have, because the old labs are being torn up.
It's a bit dark.
It is a bit dark.
There's glowing red lights at the top for all the sciences we're short of.
Yeah, it's very ominous. What are we not short of? I can't even tell what that is because purple.
No, things we're not short of are the things we don't have yet. So
right.
I've only activated.
Fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I've got as much steam science as you want. You can.
Who wants the honors of clicking the Vulcanus research then?
It's supposed to be Mike's job at the moment.
That's true.
Mike? Is it?
Yeah,
well,
he's the last one to produce science.
Well, I mean, didn't Laurence do the space the steam science?
No, technically we did that before we did the space science. In fact, that was the second science pack we did in the very first stream.
Yeah.
So technically, I haven't produced any new science
Mike
packs.
versus Spider has been completed.
Mike is off playing with spiders, so he doesn't get to join.
I've dealt with it now. It reappeared.
Well, we need your help, Mike. You need to research Vulcanus.
You need me to research volcanoes.
Yes, it's your job to start researches. Apparently.
I've got a awkward problem when I'm doing the Cupravidus nectar recipe here. It ain't appearing anywhere.
Do you mean it's not being? Oh, it's running and not being.
It only has a chance of outputting.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh yeah, I hadn't noticed that. I just plugged it in and ran it, and some came out.
Yeah, you don't have resources that are finite.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, yeah. But I was surprised to see that because I hadn't noticed the percentage chance. I'd noticed the percentage chance of the ones that make plastic. That they produce a random amount of plastic between 1 and 20, but I hadn't noticed the that bit.
Right. Well, research the Vulcanus thing.
Okay. Yep. The Gleba, Fulgora, Rubia, Chloe really
We'll
likes
get there
Ruby. I
eventually.
think we should go there. Planet Discovery, Shipyard Fulgora, Astra,
Get
Tiber.
on with it. It's the volcanic-looking one.
Volcanus. That's not the one you asked for. You wanted some sounds spelt the same but sounds different.
Anus.
Hooray! Disco science. Of course, now the sun has come up. Now the science. Now the labs are all lighting up. But oh well. I won't actually complain.
Hooray!
We may not actually have enough science packs here because I'm requesting over any non-Norvian ones any Norvian ones that are in the system, and currently
They're
all
on
of
10.
the steam and space. I'm going to turn off the steam and space
Right.
once the landing pad's empty.
It is interesting that it's not
where's the limit?
spoiling
There
when
it
it's
is.
in the machine there.
Yeah, that surprises. I'm not going to say disappoints, but bemuses me.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird.
In that way, you can always keep a stockpile of something, for
Yeah,
starting.
it feels a bit too kind.
Yeah, exactly.
We should have words with what's his name?
I made a mistake.
Not him. I know the guy, the Lignumis mod author. He's on the Discord, but I've forgotten his name.
The fiend.
That's the one, Cackling Fiend. Yes.
Yeah.
We should ask him about that, whether it was deliberate, and yeah, because I suppose Lignumis is your starter planet, isn't it? It's his starter moon, so it's being gentle with you.
I haven't done the spoilage in vanilla, right? Does it spoil in vanilla stuff?
I thought it did. I wasn't certain, and Regular has told us that it does. With sort of certain amount of certainty that it does spoil inside the machine's output, and that fits with what I thought I remembered. And he tends to be right about this sort of thing, so I'm more than happy to believe him.
Nah, he's on point.
Tristan, that system is something.
I just noticed Mike's wood crushing and furnace and sort of passing it back round again system. No shade intended here, but it just amused me looking at the belt flowing around with the crushed wood to go around.
I made a mistake. I took the 7 out of the thing, going, I'll just use that to start the next one running. Yeah, you need 10.
Oh, right.
Oh, it's got a few seconds left before it spoils.
9.
25 seconds. 9. I shouldn't have taken all of those out, but we are where we are. We are where we are, but at least it will start to
You get
rotate
some at
through.
least, yes.
Yes.
I like how you've got inserting inserters just on both sides of it, just to make it get it in there as quickly as possible.
Yeah. There we go.
And it produces 4.5 times as much as it takes, I believe. I thought it did. Yeah, takes in 10,
Yeah,
produces 45.
Yeah, so it's a good system from that point of view, so I'm not worried about that now. Now that system's been kickstarted, it's just going to run.
Yeah, that should kick in really, really, really effectively. And yeah, you've still got. You've got. Did I ship over 100 of the seeds? It was
Something
one
like
rocket. Yeah, it was one rocket, 100. So you've used more than half of it.
Yep.
Mike, have you considered direct inserting them from machine to machine in order for them to not spoil?
No, they will spoil if they're sitting in the input of a machine.
Spoil, yeah.
Sorry, you guys spoke over each other. Then.
They spoil if they're sitting in the input of a machine, but not if they're sitting in the output.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, that wouldn't really matter because the input would be enough from the output of one machine, right?
Yeah, it probably would work. Yeah. And then you could only exert if there's more than a certain amount in the machine. But there are possibilities. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is going.
As a starter for 10. Yeah, it's working.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm quite impressed on just how much.
The belts.
Yeah, your belt is not going to be enough.
Oh, I mean, just the speed as well to make sure that it.
Mike has put in more machines than his belts can keep up with, as is traditional, basically.
It's fine. It's fine.
I thought that was going to be a sneeze, but it sort of Stop. I seem to have some sort of thing where whenever I reach up to mute the microphone to because I'm going to sneeze, that stops me wanting to sneeze, or distracts me from my sneeze, and the sneeze fails. So
Mike, it's never gonna go down here.
yeah. Thank you, regular, but I didn't actually quite manage to sneeze, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a fair point. How do I want to play that?
Hmm.
For the moment, I'm just going to do that.
That honestly is probably fine.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah. Yeah, because they're already feeding each other and the downward belt, so they might not even need to loop around.
You kind of want the loop has the advantage of being an extra sort of safety thing, but yeah, what you could do is have maybe the last 4 or 5 machines going into the splitter, and have if you have a second belt running along underneath it that drops down from about halfway along, and just go straight into the back side of the splitter, or straight into another set of, or straight in halfway along, like going from.
The thing I'm thinking
like that,
right now is that we're getting the first dead ones appearing on the system, and there's nothing taking. The thing that's taking them off is after this divider.
Oh, true. That's a good point.
That's
Yes.
not going to work.
Yeah, every belt would need a dead one remover, a dead header.
Yeah.
Still, fortunately, you've got a lot of space left in your city block.
Yep. I'm just thinking how I want to solve that now.
Well, too many cooks isn't good, so you should come up with something yourself.
Yeah, I'm
Got it. Just going to swap them around.
putting away. Right.
Just going to do this quickly, so let's have a think.
Now you see it, now you don't. Oh, yes, I remember what I was doing. I was waiting for this to empty. So we'll take out all of that, and all of that, and all of that, and that. Right, so my plan is now to copy this and put that on there. And also finagle the inserters around a little bit. So that one should... Come on, bots, clear this up. That should go there instead of there. And then that should go there instead of there. And that means I can then put a pylon in there and it'll power everything.
There we are, fixed it.
And then if I copy this let's put this belt in first, like that. Then I can copy this chunk. Oh, I need an output belt as well. And there's... Oh, no. Stop it. Where am I? Am I nearby? Yes, I am. Okay. Let's drop in and just pick that up again. Because this doesn't fit here quite as nice as I thought it did. So instead of that, let's pull that out. Let's remove all of that. In fact, let's cut that. Like so. Oh no, I've got the gold belt over there. I'll move the gold belt. That's probably going to be the easiest way to do it. So I can flip that horizontally and run that off this pipe. So put that in there. Then there's loads of room over here. I don't need that. Oh no. Don't deconstruct those. That's bad. Right. There we go. So the gold belt. Actually, I could just come over here like this. And then we have the output belt here for the science packs. And then now I can copy and paste this. And I said I needed 20 mumbledy, didn't I? So I can put in, that's 3, 6. Let's try having enough belt here.
There we go. That should keep running for quite a while now.
12, 18. And I don't need this. I do want this still. I want to flip it horizontally. I'll put it in there. But I'll need to turn all of the inserters around. That's not too bad, though.
Right, that theoretically produces 1 red belt. I don't think it's going to quite get up to that scale, but in theory it does.
Okay. I don't need these pylons up the inside here. Oh, but I do need some way of getting the power to these pylons. So I guess I'll put one in here. That'll do. Right, so now, as ever, we're just short of blue inserters. However, the bagel has bravely made its way all the way over to Maluna, and so it can drop the blue inserters and the red belts. I don't mean Maluna, I mean Lignumis. No, it hasn't. This is Nauvis. I can't tell the difference between them because they're both green. Ah! Pfft. Fail. Right. Oh well, we'll wait for them to come back up again. The Vulcanus research is... Well, actually, the Vulcanus research is proceeding, just rather slowly. There are a lot of bots buzzing around bringing stuff over, though, so hopefully eventually we'll get everything we need. In the meantime, Lignumis, how are you getting on? Right, so... Actually, I should probably move a chunk of the... Actually, what I could do would probably be better, is copy this again, and just have more production than I actually strictly need, and keep it symmetrical. So we're just filling both sides of the belt to keep the belt flowing nicely. I do need more steam in over here, though, so I'll put in a pipe there, remove that, and an underground there, like that. And then I can extend the steam pipe down to there. Now, my concern here is that I'm going to run out of steam. I may need to basically do what Mike has done to produce steam for his process. If we're... Yeah, actually, how much steam do we have at the moment? Still a full pipe, actually. Even though we're chucking... And still basically... And we've got all these tanks over here. So these machines here are capable of turning all the moist stromatolite into a lot of steam. And as long as we keep using gold, which we clearly are going to, because if we're making anything, we're going to be using a lot of gold for shipping it out by rocket. That should be absolutely fine. There is... Oh, okay, no, we do need pylons all the way up here. That's disappointing. Because the machines don't have power. Now, I suppose I could have gone in and put an underground belts and run the pylons up the middle. They do have enough range to cover everything. But the nice clean belts look better, I think. Oh, it was Doopy, not regular. Okay, so sorry, Doopy. I didn't mean to give the credits to regular. Regular is often right about things as well. So some credit is, I'm sure some credit is due there, is deserved there as well. Right, I'm going to have another from red. No, let's run this the other way. So I'll take this upgrade plan and run it backwards from here. Let's turn all of this. Don't know how far along here I need to go. Let's go this far. Don't need to go this far. Let's go along as far as things are actually being used. There we go. Go up to there. Get that upgraded to a red belt, because I'm getting through quite a lot of wood, I feel. Then, yeah, we're going to be getting through quite a lot of gold. The peat, hopefully not getting through too much peat, because that we're going to have supply issues with, potentially. Lag.
Ooh, that's a lot of lag.
Blueprints. No worries.
Not too worried, but it'd be nice to be warned.
Yeah, I explained it afterwards.
Warning kind of means beforehand, I think. Right. Over here...
Okay, that is working.
I would like to put in a cunning system to tell this to only run... run when necessary. And I'm not sure what necessary is. So at the moment, it's not necessary because there's plenty of room on this belt. And there's plenty of Cupra Vitae here. So it doesn't need to run. Actually, I think this only needs to run when there's a loads on the on this belt, because this system, as has been pointed out by Mike, we've got all of this live stuff in here. So if it does, even if it does go to sleep for ages and all of the stuff on the belts dies, it can be kickstarted again from the internal from what's in these machines. So I want to link this to here and here. Okay. And up here to here, and here. And somehow I didn't link that to there, but we will do it like this. And I want you to enable when the stromatolite seeds are. Oh, I need to read. Read all. I need to run when it's 110. Let's say whenever it's greater than 200. And the same for you, and you, and you. And this will let it build up a little bit along here. And so I think the main reason I'm doing this is because I don't want to burn through more peat than I need to. I don't think this is going to be honest, I don't think it's going to make a lot of difference, because if it runs out, then it runs out. But also, it'd be quite nice to have, in case I'm wrong about this, and somehow we do run out of the live Cupra Vitae in here, it'd be nice to have a bootstrap system over here where there's some of the seeds still available, and I don't have to try and get them out from anywhere else. Okay, but you're right. Biter eggs don't spoil in a spawner. You're quite right. But yeah, iron bacteria does. I wonder if there's a thing that tells you about the difference between them. So, iron bacteria is probably in here now. Iron bacteria. Spoil time 1 minute. Spoil result bop. Doesn't say. Doesn't say anything special about it either way. Cuprovida nectar. Spoiler time 2 minutes. Ha! You can extend the spoilage time by increasing the quality. I'd noticed that was a thing. That's quite cool.
Vanilla as well.
Okay, I had not noticed it being a thing in vanilla either. Maybe could it be to do with the machine that makes it? So these are being done in a chemical plant. Let's see if there's a hint in there about spoilage. Chemical plant. Nope, no mention in there. Versus a bio. Where's the bio thing? Where is a bio lab? There it is. Biochamber. Doesn't say anything about spoilage. Okay, I don't know. I don't know whether it's could be related to the particular machine it's made in. That would seem sort of neat if it is, but also I don't know. We're very, very short of blue inserters. Apparently there's one. There's a machine. Yeah, there we go. There's one machine making steam science at the moment. Right, lovely. Bagel, how are you doing? Have you got all of your? No, because all of the logistics bots are doing. Oh, all the logistics bots are transporting Tristan science packs around. Great. Oh no, there's some rockets launching now. Okay, we are getting some of it, some throughput. Are we still making bots?
Yep. We were.
Yes, we are currently making construction bots. We're not making logistics bots, even though we have none of them. Because we've run out of red circuits. That's why. And we've run out of red circuits because we've run out of red circuits because they're all being put in a yellow chest and stolen.
Ah.
Okay.
Because of the new mall thing.
Probably, yeah. So I think it's fair to say that the Nauvis bus is now kind of broken and no longer fit for purpose. And my goodness, that's a bot frenzy going on at the moment. I mean, I understand that we're building out a huge area of whatchamacallit over here, city block over here, and also Sophia is. Oh, we're only making a few things in the Robo Mall at the moment.
For everything I make, I will be removing them from the bus.
Yeah,
So
I was just
the
noticing
strain on
that
the bus will be lower.
Yeah, I was just noticing that we're not making extra logistics bots anymore because all of the red circuits are being stolen from the bus in order to make in order to make your logistics chest. So we aren't making any more logistics bots. But oh well, we'll just have to make do with the 1362 that we already have.
It'll sort itself out.
It will. We have almost twice as many construction bots as we do logistics bots. And we have some rocket launches. Yeah. Yay, rocket launches. I like that. 5-star agricultural science spoils in 2 hours 30. That is suddenly a reason for me to actually care about quality levels of science packs. The rest of the time, I don't care because it's not worth. I don't think it's worth making higher quality science packs. You might as well just make more. You might as well just use productivity modules to make more of the normal ones. But if you can make, if agricultural ones last longer and therefore will have a higher percentage of their scienciness, and they'll have more scienciness left when they get there anyway, that could be worth it. I don't know if it's actually worth it, but it feels like more of an advantage than a lot of the other ones anyway.
I made quality science packs when I could make quality ingredients.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that, yeah.
I think for green science, for example, where it's 2 final products to make
Right,
it.
yeah.
I mean, might as well stick quality modules in those machines.
Because you can't put prods in, yeah. Yeah, I see the logic of that. How are we getting on? We've had, at least, there we go, there's some more red belts. We've got all of the blue inserters. That'll do for now. Let's go to Lignumis. Okay, we're waiting for a rocket pod to come up. Fine. Oh yeah, waiting for rocket to arrive. I knew it said somewhere why it wasn't leaving, but I couldn't remember where that was. If I click Nauvis, it says, oh, we're still waiting for rocket to arrive. I don't care too much. Let's just go to Lignumis. There we go. On the way. 20 seconds later, maybe less. Lignumis, hurrah! Boop. So when I'm looking at them, I need to remember that Nauvis has deserts, so it's got yellow on the planet picture. Lignumis is just forests and seas, so it does not. Have some of that. Have some of that. Have some of that. Right. So now, there's my blue inserters and some red belts. Don't care so much about the red belts. I think we probably had enough of those for the time being. And now, here should come all of my construction bots. And they are. They're just very, very slow because this is Lignumis. And probably half of them are gold construction bots or something equally tacky. Construction bots if they were made by Donald Trump. Oh, I've run out of red inserters as well. Damn it. Why didn't you notice that, Laurence? Let's get rid of those requests because I think I've satisfied those. I would also like to have some red inserters. Boop. Probably better be a 200 of those as well. Yeah, it's very true. Construction trains would cut down on the travel times for the bots. And maybe at some point in the future, we'll reckon that it's worth implementing something like that. Because, yes, they do take a very, very... They are going to take... Especially as the factory gets even bigger, the next expansion is going to take forever. So maybe when we do our next big... We'll call this one good enough for now. But perhaps when we do our next big expansion, we'll have a station here somewhere that will fill up with rail and roboports and signals and pylons and stations, perhaps all the bits to make the city blocks, and then whip out over to here, dump it all out into green chests, and then have a separate logistics network for the expansion just while that gets built, and then maybe go back to the previous system for the flying it all the way over for when we end up then building, for when we end up building whatever we put into the city blocks, whether it's mines or crushers or whatever it is that goes into them.
I think it depends how
impatient.
Yeah, basically, and how much you plan ahead.
Yeah.
If you're going, oh, we don't have any city blocks left and I need to build something, then yes, you want it urgently.
Yeah.
But if it's
we're running low. We've only got to 15 city blocks left. Let's put in another. Let's go out and put in another 3 rows. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't care that it's going to take
True.
2 streams to complete.
That's true. Yeah, and quite possibly the next expansion will be to the south, and that's closer to the mall area. So maybe we'll do that. Of course, and actually, if we do the next expansion to the south, there's a lot fewer biters down there. If you look at the size of the nests, these are relatively small. The ones over to the west, I'm not going to call those relatively small. Those are quite big. Although, of course, it's also possible that by the time we want to expand again, we might have artillery or nukes, and it might just be easy. There are quite a lot of extra blocks out here, so we're going to have a lot of space to play with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 35 in that block minus the 4 up there, but then there's another. But then there's another 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we've got about 34.
Who's nanobot failing?
Is somebody trying to blow up some cliffs? Whoever it was, they seem to have stopped again.
I think it was my bad. I think I put the bots to put the cannon shells inside the thing.
Oh, Mark says he fixed it, so that suggests it was him. Unless it's a different it. So yeah, we've got about 35 free city blocks at the moment, at least once this whole area has been built. And we're going to need, well, we're going to need 1 for each science pack. So that's red, green, blue, grey, purple, yellow. So that's 6. And then we're going to need more for the ingredients for those, probably. Certainly we're going to need more circuits to be produced, probably of all 3 types if we get onto yellow. We're going to need, and then we're going to need more copper and iron and probably plastic to keep all of that running. But I'm cautiously optimistic that with 35 city blocks, we'll be able to get back to the point we were at with the original bus. Potentially at a slightly higher rate, but I wouldn't like to say. Yeah, that's kind of scary, isn't it? Oh, actually, no, I've included purple and yellow science, which we didn't have running on here. And the blue circuit production down here was quite limited. That said, that was probably at full chat going at about the same speed as the blue circuit production over maybe maybe a third of the speed, actually. There are quite a lot more machines over here. Yeah, so, but anyway, I'd say the city block, to the extent it is expanded to now, is probably producing almost as much stuff as the original factory was. Does that seem fair?
I think that is being unfair on it, because a lot of it is, so the ones I've looked at has been asleep because they're not needing to produce. And so,
maybe.
Okay, maybe they are producing at that rate, but they're not producing at full capacity.
Yeah, okay, yes. I suppose it's hard to tell, but the thing is, all of the... Am I right in thinking that all of the building materials are still being produced on the bus? With the exception of the handful of things that Sophia has so far put together.
Outside what Sophia's doing, yes, I believe so.
Right, okay. So the reason the city block is running quite slowly is because it's not actually doing anything. The original bus and mall area is still actually producing everything, and the one part of the city block that is running is the iron production, and that's because that's being fed back. That is still feeding the bus.
There's stuff feeding the rockets as well.
True. Yes. Okay. I am being a little bit harsh, I will admit, saying we're not doing anything. How many hours for this? We are 1 day and 14 hours into it, apparently. So 9 streams, about 4 hours each. Yeah, that fits. Yeah. So yes, we are 38 hours and 40 minutes in. The number is written up here, but it's kind of hidden under the chat. So I totally forgive you for not seeing it. However, we do have 5 people working on it, so yeah, it's understand that's part of the reason that we've built a little bit bigger than one person just sort of messing around. But yeah, so yeah, 36 hours times 5 people. Call it 100. Call it 150 hours when you subtract arguing time.
That's interesting. Your icons in the top left are the opposite way around with the time thing than mine. I've got the icons and then day and time.
Huh. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it's one of those weird, mysterious things. Oh, I need to send the bagel back over to Nauvis to get those red inserters I need. At least these planets are really, really close by, so when you realise you've forgotten something, it doesn't take too long to go over and get them. Right, so over here, it's kind of all gone to sleep. I need you to start using steam science so I can start stress testing this place.
So, out of all the lights on the science thing, the only one that's not lit is Steam Science.
That's the only one you've got enough of.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
that's looking for 1,000.
There is a lot of... Oh, you should have enough space science as well. Yeah, there is a load of space science in orbit, so it's not being requested properly then in that case.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, as long as you're aware of that, it's, yeah,
They're
there is...
actively not being requested at the moment, so that
So you can tidy up, yeah.
I can just request loads and not worry about a constant stream of bots longer than intended.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm sure you've got it in hand. As long as you, as long as you're happy with that, that's fine.
I'm not sure at all what you said.
Oh, you said that there was only one light that was on, and that was one light that wasn't on, and that was the Steam Science. So I went to make sure that the space science supply wasn't broken because I knew I'd been messing around quite a lot with the spaceship, and I was worried that I was the one that broken it. But no, it's sitting there in orbit with a load of both Steam and space science packs in it, ready to unload them as and when they're needed.
Yeah, there's 3,000 down on the planet that just hasn't made its way over here yet.
Okay, cool. This is the sort of point where I probably have done it by hand out of sort of frustration at waiting for the bots, but that's me.
I'm not waiting for it.
Sabansky says it's a second playthrough discovering Space Age, and goal is to use lots of bots and trains. Excellent, yeah. A nice big train system is the way to go. Trains are fun. Trains are the main part of Factorio, the most exciting part of Factorio. Closely followed by spaceships, which are basically space trains. I like bots for construction. Personally, I tend to build up a sort of belt-based systems like this one. Actually, this is Mike's, but so let's go over to Lignumis. Let's go to Nauvis. Yeah, so I tend to build up belt-based systems. So my mall, for example, over here has everything being brought in by belt, science packs being taken away by belt, etc., etc. However, we are currently in the process of upgrading to a bot-based mall down here, where everything is just brought in by logistics bots and passed around as required down here, which is it's easier and it's smaller and it's more compact. But I just like having belts go everywhere. But Nauvis is not my planet. Nauvis is Mark's planet, and he's decided he wants to go for a bot mall. So yeah, that's fair enough. Over on Lignumis, which is my one, everything is done by belts. Construction is done by bots. Sure, I'm not that much of a masochist, but all of the carrying stuff around for buildings to use is done by belt. Right, there is more deconstruction needed to be done over here. Speaking of bots, I do not need these labs. There's no science being done up here, and I don't think we could be doing them in these labs if we wanted to. Let's get rid of all of that. And get rid of this as well, and this and this. I should probably just turn this belt round, really. But if I do it by bot like this, what I should have done is put in a blue chest first at the top of here. I don't mean I do mean a blue chest, but I don't have any. I
didn't mean to down there.
Did I? Okay, I'll
Yes.
go back and check that out in a minute. Oh yeah, you're right. To be fair, that's not needed anymore, but I didn't mean to remove it, so I won't. Oop, there we go, put that back. Yeah, so yeah, that's the return path for the solid fuel that's being made when we turn wood into plastic rather than when we turn weird gold bacteria things into plastic. Also, I need some more balloon lights along here because it's dark, and I don't like the dark. I get scared. And people complain they can't tell what's going on because everything turns into a sort of a YouTube smudge because it gets dark, and YouTube isn't good at coping with video that is mostly dark. Tom Scott did a video on it because of course he did. Actually, Tom Scott did a remarkably non-Tom Scotty video on it. It was back in the days when he was doing computer stuff as well, like the computer file stuff. Right, has that chest been put in? Yes, it has. Right, I want you to logistics filter to white science. I know it's a bit too late, but we're going to do it anyway. Not white science, steam science. There we go. And then we'll put in another inserter there to unload that. Right. Lovely. So now the bots should, instead of taking it all over here and dumping it into these chests, will be a little bit more sensible. There's still 1,400 steam science in here. That ideally would be a blue chest, but I haven't got any on this planet. I don't think. Pretty sure. No blue chests on this planet. And that's a bit more effective than a wooden chest. Ooh, Vulcanus has been discovered. Bum bum bum. Yeah, the left part of the steam science is not running because I don't have enough red in. Some of it is running, but yes, most of it is not because I ran out of red inserters, which is unfortunate, but not the end of the world. I sent my spaceship back over here to get some. It's got 150 of them. We'll get another 50 soon.
Does this mean that I can take my ship for a joyride?
It does. I think you need to give it a name first, though. Richard Dean Anderson is not an appropriate name for a ship. If chat would like to chime in and give us a suitable name for it.
No. Chat can't name my ship.
This isn't your ship. Oh, is this your personal ship? Okay, if it's a personal ship, then yeah, okay, you can name it. Because I called mine Bagel after all.
Called, so it's in Stargate the Asgards named their flagship the O'Neill or whatever, right? From that was his name, Richard Dean Anderson's character.
Oh, I see.
Okay. I would like to honor the man himself.
All right. Okay. If it, I see. It felt like one of the default names that gets given to ships randomly, but I forgot. Or no, it gets given to trains randomly. I forgot the ships aren't named. So you must have done that yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If this is your personal ship, I'm happy for it to. I'm happy for it to have a. For you to have named it yourself. Although if anyone wants to give the Maluna Transport a more interesting name, then knock yourselves out. That one is just a hauler. Okay. Well, right. I'm ready. I'm watching Mr. Anderson.
All right, here we go. I click Vulcanus.
Ooh. We are 17, 18, 19, 2,000, 2 megameters. 3 megameters. There's a rock called Drengin approaching your ship. Boom! Drengin has been destroyed.
It was shot.
I shall name this one instead.
I am a bit worried about leaving it in orbit around Vulcanus because they don't. There isn't a lot of ice asteroids around Vulcanus. So if we run out of water, we won't be able to grow wood for the ammo.
I can see that being a concern. Yes.
Where are you getting the other elements of the fuel from? I can't see any grabbers for.
Right. So they're they're on the belt, and up here, it's decided which ones we need depending.
On... he's the same sort of system I did.
It took me like ages to notice that you could set the filters on the grabbers.
No worries.
I think I'd done that on my. I didn't do it on my first space platform, the one that was making space science in vanilla. That had 3 grabbers, one for each asteroid type. But I think my first spaceship had them. Sorry, Tristan.
So you did set filters then. Because you had one per...
Yeah, I must have done.
But this is my first ship, so any feedback is welcome. If you find weaknesses...
It needs a pointy front.
Whoa, that was a slightly terrifying.
That's definitely a jump scare, that was.
That was.
Weaknesses will be any holes that develop in it.
Sorry?
Weaknesses will be any holes that develop in it. They'll be fairly obvious.
That's true. You will know if there are any weaknesses make themselves known. Yeah, your water concern is valid because, as you say, I don't think there are actually. Have you checked the Factoriopedia and there's literally no ice asteroids around Vulcanus?
There are, but they're very few.
Okay. So you may find it's enough. It depends. I suppose it's the making of the ammunition, isn't it? Because you're going to need a steady stream of wood for that. Well,
and since around Vulcanus, the chunks can appear. I mean, if these few, if there's not a lot of them, then I guess that's not an issue. But
mediums, a couple per minute, and chunks 1 per minute.
All right. So it might be all right. You asked. Oh no, you're throwing quality ice out of the side, right? Not just any old ice. Okay.
And I'm also trying to recycle it if the grabbers are fast enough. Right here, downbinning it to regular ice.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see. Cool. Yeah. So Vulcanus.
That's inherent quality stuff, is it?
I assume so.
think so, yeah.
Straight down bidding it as soon as he can.
I don't know. I got quality stuff out, and apparently the machines didn't want to eat them, so I had to do something.
Yeah.
You could set a machine to be.
Oh, you could set up another one to just melt quality ice.
Yes.
That would be a possibility.
It would still turn it into normal water.
Yeah, fluids don't have quality.
Well, the problem was it clogged up the belt, so some they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm using the same belt like here, for instance, for the carbon and iron, and yeah, it just didn't reach all the way to the bottom. Maybe I should have like the better quality on the bottom or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're doing it wrong. Just there are additional options. Whether they're any good.
I have to say, I do like how your very first ship has got quality 2 grabbers. Oh, here comes a nice asteroid. That's quite. I feel like that's quite an achievement to have higher quality grabbers on your very first spaceship.
I added on Nauvis.
Yeah.
Yeah. The high quality filters here.
Ooh, another one. I feel like the Vulcanus background image needs to be slightly higher resolution. I guess it's because it's the one that's pulled from the main game and it wasn't designed with that in mind. Whereas perhaps the Maluna and
I thought we added a higher resolution planets image backgrounds mod.
Maybe, but look at Nauvis. I think Nauvis looks significantly higher quality than Vulcanus does. So Maluna Transport and Anderson have are over those relevant planets, and Bagel and Midas actually, to be fair. So, yeah, you seem to have found a low quality Vulcanus. I need you to go and look for a better one.
Sorry?
You seem to have found a rather low quality Vulcanus. I need you to go and look for a better one.
So I'm gonna go back and just see how it runs a couple of times.
Fair. Nice one though. Looks good. The water tank is still basically full, Doopy. So he does seem to be getting enough of the enough ice through. The belt is still full along here. So there are it is a worry, but it is a worry that seems to be okay, should we say?
But this is also with all the buffers filled from having sat around Nauvis for a while.
True, but the fact that your buffers are still full suggests that you're okay.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe they're not quite full.
Want to leave Nauvis in a situation like that because you can measure things and decide to leave at that point.
That's true.
So you hang around a bit longer if it's not the case.
Yeah, the only filter I have is don't leave unless you have 400 ammo.
Okay.
On the
Yeah,
belts.
you could wait until you've got a full tank of water
Yeah.
as well. Or
Having just tracked your ice belt back, I noticed that it had been depleted to about here, where at the top of the chemical plants, when just before you left Vulcanus. So it wasn't as completely full as I was implying it was. So you have got through a little bit of it. Doopy says, congratulations on your first spaceship, especially as it made
Thank
it there.
you.
That's very, very good. And Potato Dave says, a nice setup to be handling the wood ammo with all the greenhouses on the back of it. Yeah. I like I also like the diagonal rocket engines as well. I feel like it looks nice, and it's a nice logical setup to pass the oxidizer and the fuel all the way through all of them.
It came naturally because I had some stuff ended here and this was down here, so.
Yeah, fair, but it looks good.
Cool, thanks. Thanks, chat.
There we go. Right, back to Lignumis. And unload that when you get there. And that as well, I suppose. Right, so that'll finish that up.
I've got a big loop on your iron plate belt to let it cool down.
Yeah.
I did say I suspect we might need that at some point. Right, I feel Lignumis is pretty good. I think there are going to be problems in there, but I don't think we're really going to find them until we start stress testing stuff, or perhaps until I whack a rate calculator across the entire factory and see what comes up with. Right. Okay, we're trying to make Steam Science 2.7. Intermediates, here we go. So we've supposedly got a shortage of... I don't care about that. Don't care about that. Supposedly we have a shortage of blue circuits being made, so I probably should increase that. Pipes don't care. Sulfur don't care. Peat care a little bit. Cupravidus probably don't care. We'll see how that gets on. Gold ore, it thinks we're short of that. That might be a problem. And it thinks we're short of wood as well. So it thinks we need about twice. Well, it thinks we need twice as much wood processing, but I think that might be the intermediates that are chewing things up faster. It doesn't judge particularly well. The wood pulp, though, that seems to be a severe shortage as well. We're producing. It thinks we're producing 44 and using 126. So that is concerning. Gold plate, on the other hand, doesn't seem to be a concern, which is surprising because I thought that was one of the bigger concerns. Actually, it doesn't show up in the list at all. That's even more concerning. Oh, because of the hot thing. The hot metals mod breaks rate calculator because we're producing a quantity of hot gold and we're using lots of cold gold, but we're not using hot gold and we're not producing cold gold. We just have to wait for it to. It just sort of happens. So we're producing 5.65 a mumble, and we're using.
Oh, you've taken damage. Oh.
Ooh. You've run out of ammo.
Yeah.
Oh, and you run out. You're back. Oh, you did an additional flight out to Vulcanus, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I went back and forth, and I left with only 300 ammo.
300 ammo wasn't enough. Okay.
No. I think in my solo run, I
that's
had
close.
to 500 was enough for a Vulcanus run.
It depends on a number of factors, I think.
Oh, yeah,
like
true.
speed, number of guns, and probably other things that I haven't thought of.
Is it possible to increase the storage they have
In guns?
turrets?
I don't believe so.
No.
And if you have two inserters feeding them, they will fill up to an inserter swing more.
Will they?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how inserters will work, but not really. Or stack inserters will fill them up higher.
I suppose bulk inserters might as well. Oh no, would a bulk inserter wait to grab until its recipient wanted stuff? It probably would. So yeah. You could put speed modules in the ammunition production, but I imagine it's probably fairly balanced. So you have speed modules in absolutely everything. Actually, your iron seems to be running. There seems to be a lot. There's nothing in that one. Oh, I see. The iron ore is coming through and all getting used up before it gets there. Yeah, wood ammo is interesting. Is definitely a word, Damien. You're not wrong. We're calling it Factorio Planetary Pioneers. It's not an official mod pack, but there is a list available here. Boop. There we go. There is the list available. Basically, we've gone in and we picked up all the different planetary new extra planet mods that seem to be reasonably finished, shall we say? The ones that seem like they'll actually work, and then thrown in a load of quality of life mods as well that we all fancy. So yeah, we've got loads and loads of extra planets. I think we reckoned on. What was it? Over 20 planets and over 30 science packs, and we're on we're just heading out to our fourth planet fourth planetoid at the moment, and we've got like 6 science packs done. So we're making some progress, but there's still a long way to go.
21 planets, 34 science packs currently.
Dave said he spent about an hour thinking about how to do wood ammo and then went and turned it off. I played around with some of the distancing mods and arrangement mods. We've got some of them turned on, some of them turned off. This seemed okay. There was one that put them all off in different solar systems, which seemed interesting, but I think that came out after we started playing, so we haven't. Yeah, we tend to be fairly masochistic on these streams, or at least if we've put something in, unless there's something absolutely horrendous about it that means it's absolutely impossible, we'll tend to keep it in and just deal with it. And even if it means things are quite a lot harder than we were expecting them to be. I'm trying to think of a good example of that from K2SE, where we made things a lot harder on ourselves than we really needed to.
No LTN.
Yeah, that's a good example. Yes, there were a number of times when we were playing when we were thinking that LTN would have made things so much easier, particularly with our space trains. So yeah, that's a good example. But yeah, we try. We'll set ourselves some challenges, and if something is actively not working, then sure, we'll go in and remove it. We're not completely stubborn, but we will generally try not to go in, not to remove mods just because something's a bit difficult. And we've been pretty good about that, I'd say. Right, do a little bit of tidying up around here. So I've got a lot of there's a peat patch in the middle of the factory here that I've just uncovered by pulling up the wood science. So that's going to be quite useful for when we realise we've run out of peat and we need an emergency peat transfusion. Might bring the electric mining. It might bring some electric mining drills over for when we want that though. Right. I think it's time for me to go and do some work on Nauvis now. What's on the to-do list? Oh, I could have a look myself. That's Factory Planner. What's on the to-do list?
It is 12, just saying.
Oh, it is. Okay, this is probably a time actually not to start looking at the to-do list and thinking about new things to do. I guess the next things to be doing are expanding the Robo Mall down here and get my personal priority. I think will probably be getting science onto this system, the Nauvian system. But that's going to be up to Mark, of course. We'll have a think about that next time. So as I've come to a point where I've sort of run out of things I want to do on Lignumis, at least as of right now, and Mike has just pointed out very helpfully that it is in fact already tomorrow. I think it's probably going to be, and Regular has pointed it out as well. Yes, I think it is probably time to start thinking about wrapping up and planning on what we're going to do next time. So things have gone well this time. We've finished. I say we. I didn't have anything to do with this bit. Finished clearing out all the biters in this area over here, and therefore pushing out the expansion of the city block system to get out all the way out practically into the corner over here. So it's just waiting for that to be built. A load more stuff has been put onto the city blocks around here, including we've got the rockets up and launching. You can see them all poking out over here, and they're all built up to double rockets. We've got the mall stuff starting to come together down here, and and the science has been put together over here, which is kind of running, and plastic production using the Lignumis recipe is being put together by Mike over here as well. Once again. So that's running quite nicely. Over on Lignumis, I've got the correct plastic production system up and running over here, which has now ground to a halt because we've got enough plastic because there's no demand on anything that's coming from this planet at the moment. But still, it's there. It's working. It seems to be working. But I feel like it needs stress testing before I really want to leave the planet because I think I'm going to need to upgrade some belts to red, and then I may end up discovering I need more production of something. But we'll wait and see how that goes. Sophia has managed to fly over to Vulcanus a couple of times with only minor damage to his spaceship. That is, basically working. He's on his way back to Nauvis now and is about a third of the way there. That's going quite well. Has anything happened on Maluna, Mike? Or did you just leave?
Not really worth mentioning, to be honest.
Okay, cool.
Just making sure that stuff worked.
Maluna is basically finished then and is exporting space science and, as Mike says, is generally just working. Does anyone else have anything else they would like to talk about before we wrap up? Or during the wrap up, rather? Okay, sounds like we've covered everything. So, thank you very much for watching. Yeah, minimal rockets. Yeah, that's no. We're not particularly going for that challenge. Although, actually, that said, all of our planets or planetoids so far are completely self-sufficient. So, Maluna and Lignumis are both capable of building rockets out of just resources on their own planet. So yeah, we can ship out the space science and the steam science without needing to pull anything in from anywhere else. I'm a little bit worried that Lignumis might run out of peat at some point in the not too distant future, but at the moment it's okay. It's working well. So they are. So to an extent, we are doing minimal rockets there. I think. Right, you're very welcome, Doopy. Thank you for being there, everyone. We will be back same time next week, Monday evening, 7:30 p.m. UK time, where Sophia will be continuing to think about Vulcanus, and he's in charge of that planet, so he's going to be doing a bit of sort of getting some ideas about how he wants to start things over there, and what the processes are and how things work on that planet before the rest of us head over and give him a hand with building things up. So I imagine the rest of us are going to be working on putting things into the city blocks over here, getting it up and running, and producing everything we could possibly need, and definitely producing science packs, because I feel like that's a rather an important thing that we haven't started doing yet. And then all the resources to make those science packs as well, of course. I will be keeping an eye on Lignumis and making sure that once we start actually doing science again, that it can keep up. I imagine Mike will be doing the same with Maluna. As far as I'm aware, Maluna is going to be absolutely fine, but you know, his responsibility is to keep a little bit of an eye on it, so he'll be doing that. I shall be back on my own on Wednesday, where I shall be playing some more Foundry. Foundry is basically it's Factorio in a Minecraft world. It's a lovely 3D system where you've got all the Minecraft style cubes. You can put machines in, and I've had all kinds of fun digging tunnels and finding and making mines underground and that sort of thing. Because you don't just have resources sitting on the surface. So yeah, please come along to that. It'd be lovely to have a few more people watching. If I could get those numbers up matching the Factorio ones, I would be very, very happy. What else is going on? Yes, there will be videos coming out Thursday and Friday this week talking about our progress in this game, how things have been going, and a bit of a sort of how things are going, a bit of a thinking, and how I've been getting things working. I think that's everything I have to report. So yes, please make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, following on Twitch, or vice versa if you're feeling generous. It's been great having you along. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you, Doopy, Damien, Dave, Regular, and I was going to say Wisebot. That isn't an actual person. We won't thank the bottle. It's been very helpful putting the links in for the mod list. I think that's everything from us today. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye bye.
Bye,
Hi,
guys.
chat.
Hi, chat.